ensure professional development and lifelong learning, and lending support and assistance to members with specialized services. The fourth and last pillar is the strategic partnerships we form by building influential and effective relationships that SAMA can leverage, growing successful and sustainable subsidiaries for the benefit of SAMA members, and promoting internal and industry compliance and governance. These four pillars, growing our membership, amplifying our brand, ensuring enhanced member value, and forming strategic partnerships, form a strong base in uniting and supporting doctors for the health of the nation. SAMA has 20 branches countrywide, which represent the interests and needs of members in a particular geographical area. The branches arrange their own activities, meetings, and events. To become involved in the SAMA structures and activities, members are encouraged to contact their local SAMA branch, whose contact details are available on the SAMA website at www.samedical.org. Just look at some of the benefits SAMA members enjoy from the following external service providers: BAA, SAMA EMDCM, SAMA CCSA, SAMF, Tempest, Hertz, Mercedes-Benz, Legacy Lifestyle, MPC, FPD, GWM or Haval, and Locum Base, to mention but a few. This is negotiated on a regular basis and involves benefits for SAMA members. For more information and to stay informed, please visit our website on www.samedical.org and social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, and Facebook. Thanks for watching. The South African Medical Association, SAMA, is an independent and voluntary professional association for medical doctors that represents our members with authority and credibility in all matters relating to the healthcare environment. SAMA offers representation for its stakeholders at various medical associations and interest groups, both locally and across the globe, including the CMSA, HPCSA, the Presidency, the Health Ministry, the World Medical Association, the World Health Organization, Health Policy Committee assists in positioning the association on policy matters affecting the medical profession. SAMA also offers free or discounted access to training and continuing professional development. Advocacy, not just for members, but for the profession as a whole. Specially negotiated member benefits. The setting of treatment codes and clinical guidelines. Bursaries and scholarships. Research ethics oversight. Benevolent fund. And specifically for employed doctors, labor law legal assistance. Our vision is to be the leading and preferred membership organization advocating for and supporting medical practitioners in South Africa, with a mission of becoming the custodians of a growing advocacy that will unite, guide, and support members for the health of the nation, guided by our values of being member-driven, reflecting focused engagement, empathy, and collaboration. Influential advocacy aims to inform and educate, providing thought leadership through resourcefulness. SAMA believes in operational excellence, achieved through consistency, accountability, and agility and responsiveness. Our member value proposition, uniting and supporting doctors for the health of the nation, rests on four pillars. Pillar 1 is to grow our membership, firstly by retaining existing members and increasing the level of member advocacy, but also by attracting new members through targeted acquisition initiatives for the key member segments of student, private, and public employed doctors. Pillar 2, amplifying the SAMA brand, strives to enhance awareness of SAMA through targeted campaigns, building on the reputation and recognition of the oldest and largest medical association in South Africa, establishing SAMA as the opinion and thought leader in the health sector. Pillar 3 is the enhanced value we offer our members by visibly advocating member interests effectively and with urgency, informing and educating members and other stakeholders on topical issues, empowering and guiding them with knowledge and skills to ensure professional development.
Can we all stand up and welcome His Excellency, the Ambassador? And let's give him a round of applause for joining us and gracing us with his time. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to start the program, I would ask you to please take your seats. But before you do that, I want to ask you, my daughter this morning, when I was with her, she says, Abdul, Dad, why are you saying, please take your seats? I teach at an autism school. And when you say, please take your seats, the people may take their seats literally. So Dad, ask them to please be seated. So please, ladies and gentlemen, can you be seated? My daughter teaches at an autism school and she guides me in the morning. Good morning. Your Excellence, Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you one and all with the universal greeting of peace, blessings and mercy of our Lord. May His blessings be with us today, on this beautiful Monday, at this beautiful 5-star hotel venue. It is my pleasure, and I am honored to be your program director. My name is Abdul Jack Manak. Thank you. I want to start by saying thank you to each and every one of you. You could have been anywhere today, but you've chosen to be with us today and taken time out in your busy schedule to be with us. So thank you. We are grateful. We are honored. I am excited because Dr. David has lined up a fantastic program, which is informative, interactive, and yes, inspirational. Today marks the 22nd ICANN Annual Effective Leadership Dialogue in the healthcare sector post-COVID. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all who kindly helped us make this day possible, especially our sponsors. I would like to thank UBS, South African Medical Association, Skyco, ICANN 4IR, and You Are Up Connect. We couldn't have done it without you. Let's give them a round of applause who made this day possible. Thank you, sponsors. I want to tell you today, in the next 3 days, we're going to focus on a 3-in-1 Equafresh model. And it is about leadership in the healthcare and why it is essential and why leadership skills will make a difference in this time, this age, in the healthcare sector, in the 4IR. Doing so, we will set goals, provide positive feedback in the healthcare sector. Currently, there is no guarantee that COVID will return. So let's be aware, let's be alert. And over the next 3 days, where you're going to be with us, we're going to tackle leadership in the healthcare sector. Like education, and I repeat, like education, healthcare also needs to be given importance. Am I correct? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Our goal is to be healthy. And now it's also time to be proactive and unpack leadership in the 4th Industrial Revolution and how to survive in this new wave of high technology. In the next 3 days, we're going to give you some awesome tools. We also have some dynamic speakers who you're going to meet. We're going to have panel discussions to deal with the 4th Industrial Revolution. We'll be talking about robotics, digital experts speaking to us on the awareness of digital, because internet is here to stay. Whether you are a small, medium, or big business, let's embrace the 4IR, and we're going to do this in the next 3 days. The global community is approaching a fork in the road on climate change. And the choice we make now is to respect the energy transition, and this will dictate our success. Our options are simple. Make the safe choice, and it will lead us to uncertainty. Or choose the bold choice. It will offer us positive outcomes. That is what we're going to look at today. The world is looking for leaders for renewable energy in that space. I want to ask you, are you that leader? Are you the person who's going to take us to the next generation? I believe you are. And we're going to unpack all of this at this point. I would also like to welcome our online guests who are live streaming. So I would like you to also go on your Facebook. And we have a page which is live at this moment in time. And you can watch the whole show live. It is on our Facebook page, I Can Leadership Institute Africa. Also on our YouTube page, which is David Molapo, which is M-O-L-A-P-O. Those of you who are active in social media, I also want to tell you that we can be active in social media today. And how many of you like social media? Let me see by a show of hands. I see there's quite a lot of people here who like social media. I want to tell you that I'm going to be interactive. I just have to get the serious part, and then we're going to have some fun. The hashtags are, there's a pen and paper on you, so you can write the hashtags down. Hashtags ICAN4IR. That's the first hashtag. I'll repeat that. Hashtag ICAN4IR. Hashtag climate change. Hashtag UBS 2022. So I want to ask you, as I greeted you and I spent some time interacting with you, what did you notice about me? Did you notice anything? Did you notice something about my energy? Anyone? I like to interact with you, engage with you, and I would like you to interact with me. So what did you notice? Anyone? Did you notice anything here? You might smile. Absolutely. I want to ask you, what does a smile do?
It makes me want to smile.
It makes you want to smile. So if I smile, you smile.
Yes.
Smiling is like giving charity. Your smile is the best makeup, ladies, you can wear. I want you to smile. Let your smile change the world, and don't let the world ever change your smile. How many of you here want to give charity right this moment and smile? Let me see by a show of hands. I see you all are active and you're already smiling. That's exciting. What I want you to do quickly, and we're going to get the program started, I want you to look at the person at the right and the left, and not only smile at them, but tell them, ma'am, you have a beautiful dress. And you look beautiful. So tell the person next to you. Let me also tell you about the smile. It increases your value. In our Rainbow Nation, we all smile, correct? I would like to ask you now, as a Rainbow Nation, I want you to stand up and smile. And I'm going to tell you what to do. Can you all stand up? Sure. As we stand up, we are Rainbow Nation, and we have a strong allegiance to our national anthem. At this point, we're going to play the national anthem. It will be on the screen, so you could sing along and share with us your thoughts. Please remain standing. I would like to call upon Dr. Dan Didar Mokoena. During the last 2 years, many of us have lost close ones, near ones, dear ones. I lost a father and a mother, and I'm sure many of you have lost close colleagues, friends, and it's been a tough, challenging time. I would like to please call upon Dr. Dan and share a prayer in your moments of silence. Dr. Dan, could you please join us?
I want us to close our eyes as we put our hands on our hearts, remembering the people that we lost during COVID. The impact of COVID, nobody knows how deep it went, because people lost fathers, people lost mothers, people lost employees and employers, people lost loved ones. And I want us to remember those people and remember the families that were affected and impacted by COVID. And I also want us to remember our heroes, the medical practitioners, the soldiers who are running ahead of us, who are facing the lion head-on. In the midst of the lion called COVID destroying lives and destroying people, there are people who are fighting it head-on. And I want us to remember those people so God can strengthen them, strengthen their families, because as they are fighting, nobody's taking care of their families. But they are saving lives, they are saving families, they are saving our generation. So my prayer will go along those lines. And I want you, as you are closing your eyes, joining me in agreement in this prayer, that God will strengthen those heroes who are ahead of us, our medical practitioners. Father, we want to thank you this morning. As we pray, we release a special blessing and a special favor upon our medical practitioners, those heroes who are running ahead of us, who are our soldiers in this season, to make sure that they save lives, they preserve this nation, that COVID has stand up as a lion trying to ravage and destroy the whole earth. Father, we want to thank you, even for those that we have lost and the families that have lost the loved ones. Father, we pray for comfort. We pray for strength. We believe that moving forward, Lord, as this thing is unfolding, your mercy and your grace will rest heavily and mightily upon our country and upon the whole earth. And we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Dr. Daniel, who is an NLP practitioner, very inspiring. You know, I love his quote. When I asked him, what is your favorite quote? And I also love it, and it's something we can learn. You can change your life by change your thinking. I would like you now ask you to be seated, please. At this point, I would like to welcome our host. Today is only possible because of his vision on healthcare, leadership in the fourth generation industrial revolution. I believe he always, when he speaks, inspires me. He's not only a believer, a preacher, a teacher. He's also an author of over 50 books. When I asked him, I was inspired. A mentor, born in the height of apartheid and never allowed bitterness in the past to dictate his future. He is the reason we are here today. He's going to unpack the 3-in-1 Aquafresh, give you some insights. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us welcome Dr. David Molapo.
Ladies and mental pieces. I'm sorry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Look to someone on your left, you on your right, and say this to them. You look great, and so do I. And want to say thank you so much for those hundreds of people online. Thank you and welcome to our 22nd annual leadership. And the focus is going to be on healthcare, the bulk of it. And then we're going to be talking about leadership, period, and obviously about renewable energy. Before we get our keynote speaker, my friend, my mentor, my brother, my Grootman, we call it Grootman, my Grootman. You will see he does not have hair because in his life. Testing. Okay, let's rewind. Play. And in a couple of minutes, we're going to be hearing from my mentor, my Grootman. Before he started in politics, he had hair like mine, but you will see what politics will do. So now he own a cheese corp. Can you say cheese corp? Now, Usbusiso, our main sponsor, now own a cheese corp, but he's still young. So this is Okuluma Lentole, you know. But again, to all the leaders, we've got universities, we've got hospitals all over the world. We want to say welcome to South Africa. But again, let me say thank you, first of all, to our main sponsor, Uluembu Business Services. The CEO is here. Please, Babusiso, stand up, let the people just share some love with you. Siyabonga Baba, thank you so much. We'll be hearing from him, and Ubaba Undlovu and Lorraine is here, Lesego is here, on what they are doing. And if you've attended a lot of our workshops, it's all about making sure the Africans, we do business with one another. Is that okay? So not only must they give us money as a businessman, there must be return on investment. Can we say return on investment? Even right now, if you are paying lobola either with Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, kufuneka i-return on investment. Angithi ngiyanizamela bomama basingle nalapha ku-online, amajita khona la bayabhadala. Nafcock, siyabhadala baba, siyabhadala. And then Skyco, is Skyco here? Not yet. Okay, we also have all the way my Viking brother. We're going to be hearing from him tomorrow. Stand up, Gunva, let them see you. That's my Viking. Look at him, the big man. Look at that. You don't mess with David Molapo when the guy is here. Okay. And Tate Mulife, who is Get It, local partner. Bra Mulife, stand up, let the people see you. Tate Mulife, mo shame bra. So we will steal some couple of minutes. Be ready. We're going to be talking a little bit about Get It in the area of this new marketing. What is Get It? How does it impact people? And tomorrow we're going to talk to... we're going to Norway via satellite on how these guys are turning plastics, and creating housing out of plastics while they are taking care of the healthcare, climate change, and all that stuff. So thank you so much. And you are up. Andre, stand up, let the people see you. That's Andre Marek, my brother for many, many years. Wonderful. You notice you are a CDI. You know, I am a PDI, previously disadvantaged individual. You are a CDI, a currently disadvantaged individual, you know. So that's my white BE partner. God bless you, my brother. Thank you so much. And then later on I'm going to talk to Abdul. Come on, Abdul, stand up. Abdul from the I am. I am. We're going to talk more about this wonderful. You look like Omar Sharif. Did they tell you? Not Osama bin Laden, okay? Omar Sharif. Omar Sharif, my brother. That's much better. Thank you so very much. And then SAMA, South African Medical Association, they are listening. Brother Vusumusi, we're going to have him online. And the funny part is in this place, Your Excellency, when the Omicron thing started, we were in this conference in December. How many of you remember? Some of you were there. It was right here in this place. So they're going to also give us an update about this wonderful thing. There's Skyco. Okay, he's not there. Am I leaving anybody else? Okay. The team there that makes us look good, let's give him a wonderful round of applause. The technical team there. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Without a waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, without a waste of time, it gives me great pleasure to allow this gentleman to give the keynote address. He's my Grootman. If you know anything about David Molapo, some of you younger leaders, always be humble to learn from your elders. We have been captured in this continent and we have all this attitude, he has everything. I have learned to sit down under the feet of greatness and learn. Repeat after me, please. Humility will protect us from humiliation. When you are humble, you can learn. A couple of years ago, he came to my office. He was with the United Nations those days, doing some wonderful project. He's originally a banker. He's from the DRC, and then became a banker in New York. Did some wonderful thing representing Africa in New York, not knowing that the steps of the righteous are ordered by God. He did not know that. He was an activist promoting Africa, not knowing that God is busy orchestrating his steps. From Citibank, the United Nations called him. In 1994, he bumped here into South Africa. He connected with Madiba. By the way, even the way he walks, I always make fun of it. He walks like Madiba. And today he wore a suit. Normally he wears like a Madiba. So I worked with both men. Sometimes I get confused. I say, Mr. Yoemba, you know. He convinced Madiba that time and our Vice President Thabo Mbeki to ensure that BEE starts from a banking to economic freedom, and he saw, as if he was a prophet, that we need to invest in the next generation, as if he was a prophet. So he was the one instrumental in bringing some of the German companies here, or Mercedes-Benz and things like that, and other things. But today we are honored. Not only is he the ambassador of the DRC, the longest serving ambassador, I must say, but he is the dean. Can we say dean? Dean meaning he's the boss of all the ambassadors. Wait a minute. Whether you're an African ambassador, Soweto, Makapanstad, whatever, Ukraine, Russia, whatever, all the ambassadors, he's the boss of all. Can we say all? And ladies and gentlemen, it is with humility that I bring my friend, my Grootman, my mentor, Ambassador His Excellency Ben Mpoko, to come and officially open this 22nd Annual Leadership Summit to the people online and the people who are alive. Let's put our hands together for my friend, the Ambassador.
Wow. Thank you, Dr. David Molapo. Please be seated. I don't know what you mean by a keynote speech. I usually, when I speak from the heart, so that the heart can communicate with the hearts. Sometimes we go into these theoretical, academic things. They don't touch the hearts of the people. And if the heart is touched, the rest of the body responds, and we act. Now, I've been following the ICANN Foundation for a long time. And I've been inspired by your leadership, because you're a believer. To engage into an activity like this, you had to believe in it. Otherwise, you cannot be successful if you don't believe. If you're just saying because you want to say something. And some of us intellectuals, sometimes we say things just because you want to sound impressive. We're not here to be impressive. We're doers. We have a beautiful continent. It's called Africa. And we Africans have built the world. We built Europe, we built America, and we're building the rest of the world today, either through our minds, because Africans are very smart. We don't always get recognized, we don't always get Nobel Prizes, but Africans are very smart. We have built the world through our resources. God has blessed us with strategic resources where you don't find anywhere else on the earth. They're here on this continent. But yet, this continent is lagging behind for reasons that we all know. Don't you think it's time for us to build the Africa that we deserve? The Africa that we deserve. I think time has come to do that. But to do it isn't going to be easy, because they're not going to make it easy for us to reach that goal of have Africa that we deserve. Today, the world is disrupted by a number of factors. The COVID, the Ukraine, and so forth. Those are disruptive elements that if we are not careful, they are going to stop us from reaching our goals. They are going to stop us from having the Africa we deserve. For us, the most important thing, as Dr. Molapo just mentioned, is to be healthy. Health is very important. We cannot be sitting here and interacting if we are not healthy. You cannot walk if you're not healthy, and so forth. Health is critical. The second element I would like to touch upon is that for us to build the future and have the Africa that we deserve, we need to give a hope to our young people. Yes, sir. our young people. Look at, you're talking about fourth industrial revolutions, you're talking about the technological giants and the high-tech industries and so forth. I look at Microsoft, YouTube, all of them. They were young. People initiated those Silicon Valley high-tech giants. They were children when they started. They were initiated those giant technological institutions. They were children. When you're in your early 20s, you're a child. But somebody believed in them. Somebody gave them the opportunity to excel. Look at them today. Most of them are multi-billionaires. What are we doing with our young children? Are we guiding them? Do we believe in them? Are we giving them the opportunities? The answer is no. In my thinking, we're not doing enough for our young people. That's why politically you see some of them, instead of going to vote, they stay home. Because what is a hope for me? What's it there for me? That's the beginning. To trust, to believe in our young people and give them a hope. They can do it. I can tell you today that electrical cars, the inventor of the electrical cars, it's a young lady from the DRC, Dr. Sandrine Mubenga at the University of Toledo in the United States, who started hybrid electrical car. You know what that industry has done today. It's taken over the whole automobile industry. She was in her 20s when she dreamed about that. In 2017, she was declared the Engineer of the Year in the United States. Wow. They don't always give us Nobel Prizes in those areas. Maybe if you talk about peace, they might give you a Nobel Prize in peace, and so forth. Not in high tech, not in science and technology. But we're there. Fiber optic was invented by Dr. Amna. A Ghanaian invented fiber optic. Did he get a Nobel Prize? Of course not. Is even books written about him? Of course not. I'm saying all this to say that we do have the young people with brains that can take us and help us get to where we want to go. And if our objective is to build the Africa that we deserve, we have what it takes. Bright young people that deserve to be given the opportunity to excel. But in addition to health and the youth, because population of Africa it's young, it's a youthful population. It's young. Looking at the other continents, our people are young. So because we have that bulk of human beings that are coming up as a young people, because we have the strategic resources no one else has, and if we build our health system so we are healthy, we can reach our objective of having Africa that we deserve. Not Africa that has been imposed upon us. Africa that the politicians have been saying Africa that we want. But the same Africa we want, other people also want it. We need Africa that we deserve. Okay. So I'm embarking into the youth entrepreneurship. God willing, I'm going to spend the rest of my life building the the young people's entrepreneurship. What does that mean? It means a lot. One day, if I have time, I can elaborate on that. But you'll be hearing from me about that. How do you build the young entrepreneurship? There are a lot of ways you can do it. You can do it through this technological incubation hubs. You can do it through all kinds of means and methods to get our young people into the right track. Some of them, I have a grandchild. He's 19. He's in the United States, in New Jersey. He has dropped out of school. His father was a mathematician, so he played around with math since he was a child. Unfortunately, his father passed away. My daughter was devastated when her son told her that he was dropping out of school because he was not learning much from school. He was going to stay home. She was devastated, like any other parents, all of us. I would be devastated if my child here. The boy is 19. Today, he's selling high-tech apps to Silicon Valley. He used to lock himself. He spent most of his time in his room. I said, what's wrong with him? We hire psychologists. We take him to, where do we take him? It's not normal. No, he was more than normal. The boy knew what he was doing. Today, when his father died, they were renting a house. He told his mother, he was like 16, he said, "Mother, don't worry. I'll buy you a house one day." And the same child who said, "I'm going to buy your house," and a year later said, "I'm dropping out of school." The mother said, "There's something wrong here." Today, at the age of 19, the boy owns 2 buildings. Two 9-story buildings. Christmas, we just passed Christmas. He bought his mother her dream car. She's driving a dream car. The boy is 19. His friends were his computers and so forth, the apps. I'm saying to say our young people are bright. They can do it. They can take us to build Africa that we deserve. But let's create the conditions for them to excel, for them to learn, for them to believe in themselves. Let's give them hope. And if we give them hope, they will support us. They will listen to us. Today, sometimes your young people, you're talking to them, he's looking someplace else. He's not even listening to you. Because you're not within we're not communicating. Dr. Molapo, when you were doing here, and our friend, what you were doing, communicating, you were communicating with the audience. You see, they were responding to you. Do we communicate with our children? We instruct them. We give them, instruction, do this, don't do that, and so forth. We don't communicate properly. And I have learned that a long way, the hard way, through my grandchild. Today, I communicate with my children much better from lessons I learned from my grandchild, the 19-year-old, because we don't communicate properly with our children. So if we're going to build the Africa that we deserve, of course, as I said, we need to be healthy first. We need to give space to our young children. But to be healthy, it requires concentration in those issues, those areas that will make us healthy. I'll give you one example. We're still suffering from malaria today in the continent. Yep. We still have Ebola. And now the COVID has arrived. What are we doing about it? We were healthy when we were children. I was a very healthy child. I grew up in a village. My grandmother knew how to treat me. If I had malaria, she knew what to do. Eucalyptus, this and that, and cover you with the blanket, you sweat, and when you came out there, you're fine. They knew. They knew how to treat us, how to be healthy. But have we taken that knowledge to another step? We were told these are indigenous, irrelevant, we call it traditional. I don't know what the word means. What is traditional? As opposed to what? Advanced and modern and so forth and so on. I think my grandmother used to treat me when I had malaria was much more advanced than even the medicine today. She knew exactly what to do. She knew exactly what to treat me. Because I grew up in a village, in a rural area. Okay? So it's, first of all, believing in ourselves. That's why I applaud the I Can Foundation, because yes, we can do it if we put our minds into it in the right place. Yes, we can do it if we believe in our children and give them hope. Yes, we can do it. We have a God that blessed us, as I said, with the natural resources nobody else have. In DRC, the mineral resource we have, you don't find them any place else on the earth. That's why DRC is forever unstable. As long as we're unstable, people are looting our resources. People are taking advantage of that. And why are we unstable? Because we're not together. I saw a picture of your flag. I love South African flag. I love it. The flag, symbolically, it's people coming from all over the place, from different horizons, converging together and building a common future together. That's your flag. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't know if you see it the same way, but that's the way I see your flag. But are we doing that? Are we converging together, working together to build a common future? We spend so time fighting each other. For what? At the end of it, what do we get? I know what we get. We get poverty, we get diseases, we get this because we're divided. When you're divided, you're weak. I went to school in America. In America, say, divided we fall, but together we stand. Right? So as long as we are together, so we converge to build a common future together, we'll make it. We'll make it. We can do it. That's why I'm a fan of I Can Foundation. I've been a fan of I Can Foundation since I heard that word. Yes, I can. So let's concentrate to what important. The health, the youth, and so forth. I'm a banker, and the young people today, when you tell them, can you do ABC, they say, I can, but where do I get funding? Where do I get this? Where do I get that? The funding. Why can't we innovate? Why can't we build a stock exchanges for the youth, for the young people, for the young entrepreneurship? So they have a source of funding for the initiatives. We had to think out of the box. As a banker, when I was in banking, a young person, 18, comes say, I have a project to build whatever. I wouldn't even listen to him. I wouldn't have listened to him. I say he's dreaming, but I was wrong. I was totally wrong. So let's think out of the box. One of the initiatives I could launch on this continent is the idea of building the stock exchange for the small and medium-sized enterprises. So the young people have a source to go to their own stock exchange and raise money. Nigeria is doing it. Yes. Kenya is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Ghana is doing it. South let's spread it to the rest of the continent. We should learn from each other, okay? Let's learn from each other. Young people in Nigeria are being funded. When he has an idea, they have funded. They don't have a formal structure as a stock exchange, but say, let's go one step further. Let's build a special vehicles, special financial vehicles, special institutions to support them so that they can reach their objectives. I was supposed to talk for 5 minutes, Dr. Molapo. I'm becoming like I'm learning from you. But when you speak for 5 minutes, your 5 minutes are always very effective. So I need to do a better job on being effective with my 5 minutes. So let's get together, converse together, and build the Africa that we deserve. And I think we can do it. Thank you very much.
Do you notice that Mandela walk, eh? Come on, let's give him a wonderful round of applause. It says in African, when a wise man speaks, we listen. And you can hear a pin drop, and people are already WhatsApping here. Thanks so much for the words of wisdom. You've touched about the importance of healthcare, and it is true. While we are focusing on vaccines, some of us are skeptical. In 5 months, you can come up with a solution. And that HIV/AIDS has been ravaging the very same young people. It's as if we are quiet. Malaria, Ebola. So it means when we do work together, there can be vaccines, there can be things that we can do, but again, your passion for young people. Remember, he's on his way out. He's starting a foundation. So next time, say you speak, remember every voice, there's an invoice. Every voice is a what? So these rich people here will be able to pay you. But did we get something from His Excellency? Come on, let's give him a wonderful round of applause. Thanks so much, sir. You always inspire us, but today I must confess, publicly and also to the people online, I always thought you were the dean only of African ambassadors. It's only today, Arnold, I found that he's the dean of all ambassadors. So if it was David Molapo, I'll go like this, and go like, cheer, like this, Come on, let's give him a wonderful round of applause. Let's get Baba. I'm going to call Babu Spusiso, our sponsor, to please have a seat here. Let's give Babu Spusiso Kunene a wonderful round of applause. Thank you. Brasbu, how's it, my brother? There you go. Can you hear it?
Yes.
That's it. Yeah. Babu Spusiso Kunene, thank you so very much. When I approached you, I needed some money. You did not pray about it because the problem with Africa, we pray too much. And yet we are broke. No, seriously. We pray too much, we are broke. If there are people who know how to pray, are African people, but we are filled with a lot of poverty. A lot of people don't pray, but they still have a lot of money. So, I appreciate the younger generation. You saw a vision. You said, let me get started. Let's give Ulwembu Business Services CEO a wonderful round of applause, sir. First of all, Babu Spusiso Kunene, let's talk about how was Ulwembu. People are asking, what is the meaning of Ulwembu? Maybe let's start right there.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I call you Grotman myself.
Yes.
You have a Grotman, you're my Grotman.
As long as I follow him, you follow me.
I think it's always an interesting question around logos, because we always want logo to mean something. But Ulwembu, as it were, it's a spider web. It's a cobweb. So when we initially started the organization, we wanted to capture as much as we can that comes into our nest. And that's how we called it Ulwembu, because we wanted to spread across South Africa, then into Africa. And God willing, we'll really do global.
Well, you're already global. To have the Dean of all ambassadors here, people watching online, You know, and by the way, off the record, you know, Spider-Man made more money this year. Is that right? They made more than $1 billion. So you've started. And how was Ulwembu founded, Baba?
So from my own work experience, so I started in the financial services sector, branched out into the healthcare sector, and then back to financial services. But in the financial services, I was dealing more with the customer-focused services. And Ulwembu then came up from that time, where then I started to say, how do we do the customer services better? Then we got ourselves involved with the Gauteng Shared Services Center, those that are aware of it. We then became the front interface of the Gauteng Shared Services Center, where we were receiving all the calls in Gauteng and then deal with it from the Gauteng province point of view. Then that developed into the model of a single number strategy, where we were saying, how do we make sure that in the municipalities and the provinces that we serve, there is no wrong door, excuse me. So if you make one call, how do you make sure that you access all the services without being passed from one person to the next person? So our foundation then became more on the shared services model. Business process outsourcing became the founding principles of Ulwembu. Thereafter, we developed into a fully fledged ICT company with different offerings, obviously.
And in a couple of minutes, we're going to have one of your team members presenting to us.
Sure.
And obviously, they'll end up with e-health there. As again, we're going to be using the words from His Excellency, the Ambassador. So you started, there was no, again, nothing racist, but no white person, no Chinese, no Indian person. You started this thing yourself.
Yes, we have not.
No, Nafkok is here, so we need to again to encourage one another. You started this thing.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Very true.
Your tagline is "We make life better." Well, what does it mean?
So, whichever touch points we have with our clients, we try and make sure that we make life better for the citizens they serve or for the customers that they serve, to make life better, make things easier. We are obviously in the digital world now. Life being made better by technology is one of the simplest things that happens. So we are an IT organization. We have identified a couple of services, like Wi-Fi is one of the services that we offer, and we have made the life of a lot of young kids better.
In which way? Because people want the practical stuff. We're going to be opening for Q&A session. But just share one success story, particularly the one in Swane. What did you guys do in Swane?
So in Swane, we obviously, the city came into partnership. They obviously fund some of the Wi-Fi initiatives. We then take that and we said, because the city's mandate is to have Wi-Fi in the public areas, how do we make sure that we take Wi-Fi into the homes so as to also try and eliminate risks that are associated with kids playing out or being gathered around a Wi-Fi access point? So we have then taken what we call Wi-Fi to the home. So we are taking Wi-Fi from the public domain into the homes of the people.
You know, in the IT world, in the IT Bible, it reads, "Seek ye first the data or data, and all these things shall be added unto us." Why is data important to young people? Because, Baba, that's the problem. Why is data important to young people?
Today, data is like oxygen. Even my little one will tell me that there is no Wi-Fi, and he is 4. So, in fact, if you don't have Wi-Fi at home, you have a big commotion. It has become part of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So I think data is very important because it enables the world that the distinguished guest was talking to in terms of enabling the African child. One of the biggest challenges of the African child is the access to information and the exposure of what the world is doing out there. That is why you find that through access to information, other nations, they will leapfrog a lot of steps that we had to go through as the African child. We busy playing with the bricks on the roads, while the other kids are sitting on the computers researching the future of this world. So data plays an instrumental role in giving global access.
The COVID pandemic has created a lot of challenges. And we need to be careful not as Africans to blame COVID for everything. Why are you not growing? COVID. Why are you pregnant? COVID. Why, everything's just COVID. In your business, what role have you played to make sure that you maximize, even during this difficult healthcare time, post-COVID? What are you doing now, to address that issue?
So, given that we have an e-health solution, which my colleague will talk to, one of the things that have come out of COVID, of the pandemic itself, is that we have enhanced some of the offering in our e-health solution, to the extent that in our healthcare unit, we are looking at a home-based care as an offering. I think one of the bigger brother competitors have also tried to launch something similar. We are now saying you have a hospital information management tool which captures all information about the patient. But most of the patients that goes to hospital don't need to go to hospital.
True.
They go there because they don't have solutions that are able to enabling them while they're at home to deal with some very
and also, sometimes you're frustrated and you find that our grannies are old people. They have to wake up 4 o'clock.
Yes.
Line up in these hospitals. And then when they arrive at the center or at the counter, there's no medicine, whatever. So share a little bit about how, I know Sipho is going to be talking about e-health, but just talk to us about this technology, how now it needs to help us, as His Excellency said, so that we can better the life of people.
So there's a couple of things that we've looked at within, really, to innovate around the e-health space. One is exactly that. People that are falling lines in the hospitals are people that 9 out of 10 times the hospital knows. You are chronic, you are there to collect your medicine. Every month you are there. You are there to pick up your blood pressure tablets. Every month you are there, but you are in the queue that is clogging assistance to people that really need help. So we have looked at even introducing drones into our business. So we are now drone licensed because our vision of the e-health is that we want to be able to take medicines that is already known that these are the patients that requires to come and pick up their monthly script. You can take that straight from the depot into their homes, fly that by drones, drop them off, and off you go. Then you clear the hospital queues or the clinics so that they can deal with the real emergencies, not people that are there to collect what they already know.
And how are you partnering with medical aid schemes for things like this? Because that will help a lot and also reduce the cost. This morning, there's a study that just came up this morning that even the medical aid schemes, people need more value for their money. So how do you think organizations like yours can partner with medical aid schemes? Yes.
Obviously, with the medical aid schemes, we have received some very positive response, and it's conversations that is unfolding. However, on the other side, if you look at it from your hospital care groups, which their business is more on hoteling, they want you to sleep there in the hospital. We're saying, no, you don't have to spend time there in the hospital. Because if you have had someone that has been hospitalized, you will know that some people get more sick in the hospital than when they got into the hospital. So we are saying there are people that don't really need to be in the hospital. They can be looked after at home.
And then you release those beds for people who really, really need to be in the hospital.
That's number one. Number two is the cost. Is that you also reduce the cost of hospitalization, which is what the medical aid is looking for. Because if you are able to be cured from home, and the guys will do vital signs take your vital signs over the phone. Those that have been hospitalized, whether through COVID or whatever, you will agree that sometimes you'll see the doctor once in the morning, not because he's going to do anything to you. All they want to do is that, is your blood pressure okay? So they do the 5 vital signs, and then he does his rounds. You're still in hospital. This can be done at home or online, and that's what we are busy putting together.
Before we bring Babu Sipho, there are a lot of business people watching and here. What business opportunities do you foresee as a CEO, as a leader in South Africa, in the continent?
Well, there's, excuse me, we have looked internally and we say there's about 3 businesses that when you look into the future, you say you ought to be in there. One of our biggest problems as Africans, in particular, to trade with each other, is data. So you asked me a question earlier about data or data. So
you know, my colleagues, remember I was the first black director of Dimension Data. So I used to say, before go guys who then say Dimension Data, Dimension Data, you know what I mean? Yeah.
So I think there's data, there's data. So one of the businesses that we have close to really, let me not speak more about it, but we are in a stage of acquiring a business that specializes in data. Because one of the important things in Africa is understanding each other. So I used to say, yes, it's a good thing that in African countries, there is no credit. Things are bought in cash, they'll go buy a car carrying briefcases and they go buy a car.
Hold on, briefcase. He's ambassador from DRC. Did you bring some cases, my brother? Bring some. Just checking. I know you can't disclose, this is public, but it is true. Most of the African countries, we just came back from an African tour with Arnold, they still carry cash.
Yeah.
Yes.
And part of the reason, obviously in Africa, you then find that either you are super rich or you are below the poverty line. And the reason is you don't know the clients. You don't know who is David Molapo, where does David Molapo stays. That is why when you're in Africa, you find that you ask the population size. It's either now, if I was to ask here in the audience and say, how many people are in Nigeria, I'm going to find probably 5 different answers. It is because we don't have data integrity. And so we are getting involved in that business. And that's one of the business opportunities that you need to be focused on. Second one is obviously, without a doubt, is the cybersecurity. Cybersecurity has, a lot of organizations, they even hide that they've been hacked. Because there are these
ransomware
that they have to pay. So we ought to then be involved in such businesses. And obviously, we need to be in innovation. Keep on innovating in the IT space.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to again come back to Brother Sipho. Let's give him a wonderful round of applause. No, you're still going to be... No, Baba, you put a lot of money. We need business for you. Babu Ndlovu, come and just share a little bit with us about who Ulwengu is, and just do a presentation, and then you'll also come and join us, and we allow people to have a Q&A session. Let's put our hands together for Babu Sipho Ndlovu. Thank you. Thank you.
Live. Good morning, everyone. Right? So I saw there's a long chain, so I'm getting into the other chain now. So there's a footman there, there's a footman there, there's another footman that's there, you know. No, thank you, Doctor, for the opportunity. And I must also say thanks to our MD to opening the session for us.
And I'm putting pressure because if you don't perform well, your bonus is going to be affected. So you must really perform well.
The other way around it goes up, right? It means the other way around it goes up. Right. And His Excellency, thank you for the wise words of wisdom. I think I can also concur with you that we most likely don't take good attention to young people, and they live in a space that we don't really understand. But it is up to us to try and understand that space. All right, without wasting time, let's just get into it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I'm good. So when I say hi, you know what to do, right? All right. All right, so Ulwembu, I think the MD has just explained a little bit of who Ulwembu is. I'll take you through sort of a formal structure around what the business is about and what we do. Am I up? Am I good? In terms of what we do, we sort of look at different sections in that. One of the key ones that we look at is who's Ulwembu, what do we do, and how do we contribute in the spaces that we discussed today. I think one of the things that came out is the e-health conversation, and coupled with that is the renewable energy part of it, right? We need to see how do we link the two. We spoke about health. You know, you need to stay healthy so that you can be able to do the things that you want to do. So how do we as a business contribute towards to that? Thank you. Who is Ulwembu? Who are we? So we are 100% black-owned. I think you've sort of discovered that by now. I like to say, obviously we are a managing consulting company. But I say it's not by default that we are a consulting company. One of the pillars of our business is to say we exist because of the customer. So we have to understand first what your requirements are. And that becomes the basis of our business. We can go back and look at the tools, obviously IT tools, in terms of how do we solve your challenges, but the starting point is us sitting around the table and understanding what the challenges are, right? This is the group, Ulwembu Group. There's 4 entities in the Ulwembu Group. You would see the first part, I think mostly was spoken about in the first part. If I just look at in terms of our basket of services and try and bring it down to the conversations for today, technology infrastructure, conversation around data and data, you know, it's all about infrastructure. So if you don't have those bases to be able to do that, that's where we come in. As Bo spoke about Tshwane and the Wi-Fi, that becomes the basis. So for the young ones to be able to access that space that we call the internet, right? It is just the foundation. And then you can have all those applications above it. But that's where everything starts, right? Smart integration is a business that we have, and it's largely into integrating. In today's world, nothing is a standalone. We always integrate something to something, right? So all the services that you see, that's like if you grow as a business, you want to be able to integrate those. And that's a space that we play in, right? I'll go through some of the solutions that they have, but that's the space that they play in. Then we've got bridging digital divide. It's all infrastructure, it's all fiber, it's all network. So anything that you want to connect, I think, you know, if I look at the places that we live in today, we've got now fiber to the house, right? You don't have to go wireless. You can have fiber straight into your house. You can be able to stream. But what made that possible, right, is the extension of fiber to those places. And that's what our team there does, right? Jamco, it's mostly in your IoT space, cloud services, blockchain, you know, all those fancy words, which starts, I think it says 4IR. Where is it? Where is that 4IR? So that space, so anything around 4IR, you can get it out of that business, right? Thank you. So I spoke about our ethos in terms of doing business. Why Ulwembu Business Services? I mean, why would you choose us amongst 2 or 3 businesses, right? We exist for one reason. And I think in the conversation that happened here, we would have picked it up. We exist for one reason, to create value for the client. If I am not able to create value in your business, I'm not able to solve your problems, then there's no need for me to be there. So the very start for us is we say we create value. But how do we do it? Yes, we're in the technology space, but what's the key element for us is the people. The people that make that come alive, the people that make it work, is our people. So our people are central in what you do. You can see the theme around the boss that here, that we are people-driven business, right? These are the people that will sit with you around the table. I mean, the skills that are there are put through people so that you can be able to achieve that. Right? Now you've got the people that are doing this. In the technology space, nothing is stagnant. You know, technology moves like, I mean, if I think of the first cell phone that we have, you remember those cell phones where you open a...
We call them bricks, yeah.
Yes, yes. I mean, just think of how technology has moved from that space. So for us, it means we have to innovate, right? We have to be innovated. We have to be a trusted advisor to a customer to say, okay, we might be here now, we might be dealing with these challenges now, but around the corner, that is what's coming. So we have to prepare for that. Right. So if you look at the three, that is the value we bring to the table when you sit with us. Right. These are our values. I think we all know what values mean. Values drive the company to deliver what it is. So for me, I usually like to look at the three. If you think of what I've just spoken about, you got your people-driven, you got innovation, what's coming right down the corner, you got customer focus, it's people, 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 we're there for people. Collaborations, there's no way we can do it without collaborating. Some of the solutions today require you to use different types of skills to solve those problems. And most of the time you might not have in your own basket, so you have to partner with someone else, right? We're talking Africa-wide. You know, you might be going to Zambia, for instance, to go and provide a solution in Zambia. So you need to be able to collaborate with the businesses in Zambia. You know, gone are the days where you just bring a briefcase and say, hey, I'm going to do this and go back home. That's not what it's about. It's about to say, now I understand what the issues are. How do I add value in that, right? And I partner with the people in those spaces. That's your collaboration, you know. Business in the credit integrity, obviously, we can't exist without that. You know, we are in the business of trust. This is what makes us unique. It's our ethos as a business. We try and live to this. Obviously, you can see your first line living our values. Us, the business, our people, wherever they touch point with the customer, they have to live through this. I spoke about innovation. The MD spoke about innovation in the three businesses that we can look at. You have to keep innovating. So this is what sort of drives and sort of keep us focused in terms of what we do. Now we get to the nuts and bolts. So this is what we do as salespeople. We like this part. You know, hey, this one is where we work. But the first part, that's where we do our stuff. Capabilities, what do we do? What basically do we do? Right. So you got a lot of tiles here. This encompasses the areas that we do. So for the interest of time, I'll pick out a few. ITSM and NOC. I don't know if anyone understands what the ITSM and NOC. So NOC is your Network Operations Center, right? So our IT executive always says, all the IT sectors are not as important as being able to see what your IT environment is doing. Because at the end of the day, you need to be able to make decisions. So you don't use the IT tools or IT technology for the sake of doing that, but you want to see, right? So in that space, we're able to see and understand how your IT infrastructure is performing. If there's a fault somewhere, we're able to pick it up before it becomes a problem. So what are we doing there? We're saving you time, we're saving you costs, right? You have those tools to say, if I'm sitting in a client meeting and something breaks at the office, I'm able to look at that and say, okay, this is the problem I have, how do I solve it? Whereas before, you never had that, right? So that is a key space, and I see it as a key space if you're talking health today, right? Wouldn't it be nice to know if you go to Bara and something breaks at the theater somewhere, that someone sees it before it becomes a problem? That would be brilliant, you know? So that's a space, that's a thing that we could do. I talk about smart cities. Smart cities, we're going to talk a little bit about renewable energy. You know, in a lot of countries, and it's also coming into our country, look at Gauteng, you look at e-health, they're all implementing smart city solutions. And what those things do is trying to make the citizen's life easy, right? You have one touch point. I think somebody spoke about, or I think the MTA, that one number. You know, if I want to report a pothole, I phone that one number. I don't have to look for all sorts of numbers, right? That is part of that space. And these are the spaces that we play in. Cyber security, we speak about security. You know, how do I make sure that my environment is safe? You know, we used to, you know, when you walk around Joburg and worry about mugging. So today you prefer to be mugged than somebody entering your space, your data, your account information, because the damage there is in folds. So we're able to assist you in that environment to make sure that you protect your environment. Right? The last out of these tiles, I'll talk about analytics, decision making. You see the information, so how does it inform you? You know, what sort of decisions can you do going forward? Right? Because that's what you want to have. In all the IT systems that you can put, you know, your IoT, you put it in there, but it only gives you information. What do you do with that information? Right? What does it inform you to do? Right? So it gives you power. It gives you that strength. Thank you, sir. The interesting one, which has been discussed a little bit today, our e-health services. So what did we do? This is a primary health solution, and we said, what are the key things that will enable a health environment to automate, for instance, right? A patient comes to the hospital. You know, we all know how it works. You stand in the queue, you know. Would it be better to know that today I have 5 people booked, and if they book for 5 o'clock, I have 5 people for 5 o'clock, so I say, no, don't come at 5 o'clock, come at 6 o'clock, for instance. What will that do to your queue? Right? And so if you look at all those that are in green, these are all the modules that you get as a standard with the system, right? You're able to get your administration, which is just what I've spoken about, you know, your appointment and queue management, you know, your triage. In hospital, triage is like your starting point. You want to be able to manage in that point. Your patient registration. So one of the challenges we have, especially in this country, is shortage of medicine, right? Somebody will go to their local clinic and get medication, you know, especially the pain medication. So they'll go to Para, they get another set. They go to another clinic. So by the end of that day, they most probably went to 4 or 5 health facilities and got those medications. What do? They sell it, right? With that, you're able, on the first facility they go to, they get registered that they came in, and this is what they came in for. And this is what they were given as a medication. And their appointment for a checkup is on that date. So that information is there. Should they go to a different hospital, right? And they say, but weren't you just in Para now? Yeah. And this is the doctor that you went and saw, right? So it enables you, so even from a cost savings, it enables you to do that. Right? If you look at the stuff on the blue, that side, it's all modular, so you can add, so you've got your standard modules, but you can add single module depending on your environment, right? We spoke about COVID. We've got a COVID module where, especially now where we're looking at vaccinations, right? So you're able to say, keep a record in terms of who's vaccinated, right? So when the people come to hospital, you're able to see that, okay, these are patients that he's been for vaccination. Yeah? We talk about pathology and blood bank. So you go, you get your x-rays, you get all those things done, and then they give you an appointment to come now for the doctor to come and tell you what those things. So you have to go to hospital. But here you don't have to do that. You know, with technology now, the doctor can tell you online that you came through and got this test, but these are the results. So you can get that sitting at home. You don't have to go because you've done the first part, which was the physical test, right? So these are all things that enable you to better environment. But I always say you automate the process. You are in control of your process, and you understand what's happening in your own environment. Right? I spoke about integration. So today, it is very important. Integration is quite critical. You look at a place like a hospital, there's all sorts of equipment that works in a hospital, and they're all manufactured by different manufacturers, right? Yes. You want to be able to access that information. You can integrate into this thing, right? You can keep record of those. You can even do, so one of the things I love, and I think it's going to grow in this country, is to say, you know, doctors doing an operation sitting somewhere in a different country, but conducting an operation in a different country, or here in a different province, right? For us to get to that level, you need this, because you can't do it without it, right? Imagine if you can do that. You know, bringing healthcare into the rural areas. Imagine if you can do that. And this is your starting block to get to that, right? How am I doing on time? So out of this, out of the system, so what are the features? So those are different features that you have that comes with the report. If I take the intuitive workflow with ease handoff within facilities, you're connecting the hospitals. So if you are getting referred from one hospital to another, by the time you get to there, information is already there. You don't have to go with all the files, right? So this system enables you to do that. Renewable energy. I think this is a very interesting subject for us, right? Especially South Africa. I think those that are online, I don't know if you know the dynamics we're facing in South Africa. We've got ESCOM. And the last week has been a bit difficult, right? So a lot of businesses are moving this way, right? And it's not only the ESCOM situation, but it's also being able to manage your cost around it, you know? So we most probably understand in terms of what sort of renewable energy types are out there. But for Ulwembu, what do we do and how do we see this space in our own business, right? We like to look at a model depending on the customer's environment. I mean, renewable energy, you can look at it in a retail environment, you can look at it in a hospital, you can look at it in municipalities. So there's different, you know, conditions to it. So we would like to sit with the customer and understand what those situations are, and then come up with a model for it. You know. The most known or most popular today is your solar, right? You can say solar. Wind is also coming in. Hydro, not that much. But for solar is becoming a commodity now. Well, the costs are still a little bit high to be a commodity, but it's widely used, right? So how do we see that in our space? Putting up the technology itself, it's most probably the simplest part of it. But getting it to work for what you want is the tough part. And that's where we come in. You know, you talk about your IoTs, you know, AI, what do you want it to do, right? The use of solar energy in a hospital will be different than in a retail space. So when we do the, you know, just a typical example, we spoke about e-health, Wi-Fi in Tshwane. One of the high sites, or not one, some of the high sites that we have, the critical ones, we've put solar into them as an alternative power when electricity goes. Because what you don't want to do is when there's no power, then there's no Wi-Fi, and then there's no data, and then there's frustration, right? So we put up a solar panel in those towers. We monitor that. So with the AIs that we have there that communicates back to us in the NOC that I spoke about, we are able to monitor those environments in terms of what's happening. If power goes and it switches off to the alternative power, we're able to see that and we are informed with it. If something goes wrong, we're able to go there and fix it before it becomes a problem. So what you use it for and how you use it becomes very, very important. And that's where we come in. That's where our specialty is. We had a conversation with the hospital a while, and they were telling us there's critical equipment in a hospital that they can never, ever, ever, ever. Imagine if you're in a life support and electricity goes and then this thing goes, right? So when we go in that space and spec a solar solution, an alternative power solution, it is critical to make sure that that system is monitored every time, right? And everyone has access to the health of that system, right? So that is the extent that will go to in the space. I think here I was just going to summarize. I mean, you can look at some of the things that are coming up in terms of wind-generated power. So one of the things they say about the disadvantage of the wind-generated is if you look at a highly dense populated place like Gauteng, you don't have space for those big, big, big fans, right? So it becomes a disadvantage, right? And then it limits your solutions to it. So every solution is specific to the environment or to the solution, right? So now we've gone in, we've put a solar power, you've got it. What happens now, right? One of the companies I spoke about, which is Smart Integration, they specialize in the integration of the system. So all those endpoints I spoke about will reside in this environment. But there's a very interesting and beautiful system in that called building management system, right? What this does is you are able to say, what is my consumption of power? What is my consumption of water, right? And what is it that I can do to minimize that? So now you're talking cost. Right? So this system is able to monitor environment and say, you know, one of the interesting things about load shedding, the spike when power comes back, you know that sometimes it damages the equipment, right? With this, you are able to manage that power, right? You are able to say, if this power comes in, I want that space first and protect this equipment. And then after that, it can come here. But what we do with this, we're able to come to an existing business and say, we can save you 30% of the cost, right? We can save you 30% of the cost just by you understanding where you're consuming your power, where you're consuming your electricity, right? And we do it all with that system. Right? You can do it on an existing business, a building, but it's beautiful when you do it on a new building because you immediately connect that with your renewable energy solution. So these are some of the benefits out of that. I spoke briefly in terms of where you can have that. You can see the different environments where you can do that. I'll pick one. You know, data centers. I think we all know about data centers. I think, you know, for us who use internet, I mean, data centers are lifeblood to a lot of businesses, right? Which means if power is not managed there, if cooling is not managed there, we'll be in serious trouble, right? We are able to go in there and manage that and make sure that it performs up to spec. Right. Am I good for time? I'm worried about time. All right. 3 more minutes. All right. Thank you. All right. So just to give you an idea in terms of, so before I get there, so this has been a challenge for me. When I present, 15 minutes is a massive challenge for me. So 30 minutes becomes an hour for those that know me. So I think if I'm in 3 minutes, I've done good. I've done good, sir. All right, good. Please. So these are some of the customers that we serve, customers that we have, and we deliver these solutions in those spaces. You would see the variation in terms of where they are. I mean, you look at the Marriott building, the system that I talk about, the PMS system, was put in there with other systems in the Marriott building to make sure that your aircon is managed. You make sure that generators, if they're generators, they're also managed. So we've delivered that in those environments. The next slide will just show you some of our partners or AAM partners that we work with in delivering these solutions. You can see, so it's quite a lot. I mean, these are some of them, and these are group-wide, depending on the solution that's required. So we call upon these people. So when we come and sit with you, you might not see them, but they're just behind us, right? I mean, these are some of your well-known and experienced entities around the world. Thank you. Any questions?
No, you can be seated now.
I'm seated.
Let's give Babu Ndlovu a round of applause, please.
This one.
Yes. Can you use this one? Babu Ndlovu, I like your enthusiasm. Quickly, where's Abdul? Abdul? Okay, how's Susan? Abdul wants to meet with you. Can you just go outside? Abdul wants to meet with you. Our Susan is a nurse we're going to be talking to. Let's give a wonderful round of applause. Our Susan. Susan, you saw the technology there. I see a young man, James, who is in, he brings a lot of oil and gas for the whole continent. Stand up that people see you. He needs a supply. He's got a lot of money right now. So, Marubata technology, you saw that. Because right now, entry, you've got a problem. So we need to talk about the technology. Pastor Cheryl is building a multi-billion rand, and you said with the right man here, because my Viking brother is the one that turns plastic into housing. Gunvald, that lady that's right there, she is building a multi-billion rand hybrid system, community, whatever. But Pastor Cheryl, you saw the technology there. Sometimes we get angry why we not build, but now things don't end wrong, they start wrong. So now you're going to start right here, Uluembu. Remember, I got to try, say Uluembu. These guys gave me money, so I got to keep on. But on a serious note, you see that kind of solutions there. Okay? And then on this side, I saw Kagiso. Just raise your hand. Kagiso is our young guy that we're mentoring. Give him a wonderful round of applause, Kagiso. And Makosana from NAVCOG. These are opportunities that you need to have. And I know we've got bankers here, African Bank. Raise your hand here. There's Makosana here in African Bank. 2-3 questions and we're going to take it there. Baba, again, I go back to His Excellency. This technology, our people just came from DRC. Where's Dr. Nkwashu? Dr. Nkwashu, raise your right hand. The guys came from the DRC. The DRC right now, they need 148, buildings and municipalities and things like that. Is that what the Bible says a prophet is not recognized in his own country? Because just last week, I like to be current. 59 billion rand, Gauteng Health. And yet they don't have money for bread. Buroto, Isingwa. I mean, then you look at all the system. I'm talking about the system here. You can integrate, you can have a dashboard and realize who is it that we paid. We still owe people last year. They sued us because our nurses did that. We're not here to blame. But do you think we don't appreciate here in South Africa, maybe the future is in the continent? Because I don't like the way the rest of Africa, as if we're not Africans. I was in Kenya, they say, we like you. I say Kenya and the rest of Africa, they say, we like you. Because you boys in South Africa, you say South Africa and the rest of Africa, as if you're not in Africa. But at home, Baba, isn't it that we don't appreciate? You already have the solutions. Why don't we use organizations like Uluembu?
Yeah, Africa and them, South Africa and them. And I think you're right, Doctor. We need to correct that narrative. Whenever we travel outside South Africa, we are saying we are going out of the country, even when we are here in Kenya or in Nigeria, and our brothers don't take kindly to that. But I think there's this whole thing of charity begins at home. And sometimes, to your point, we don't appreciate our own systems. And you find that other countries will appreciate our systems more than what South Africans will. However, on the renewable energy space, we've been appointed by our host metro to look at all the buildings in terms of converting them into solar. And I think it's to try and obviously tap into our systems and talent and also solve the current problems of energy shortages. So we're starting to see a lot of that where they start to appreciate some of our systems. And also, particularly the medium-sized company to be entrusted with such opportunity is to be applauded.
Thank you, Baba. Baba, you mentioned collaboration. We've got NAFCOC and a lot of other people. December 2022, all buildings, I repeat, all, all, that means your clinics, your hospitals, your spaza shops, every building must have EPC qualifications. How do you collaborate with your small, medium enterprises to do work in clinics, in hospitals, in the big corporation? Can you train them on some of these things, on how to reduce, the electricity thing? Because His Excellency, we are quick to sign climate change in Paris, and yet, we've done nothing here. You know what I mean? How do we collaborate to be sure we get compliant? Hospitals, clinics, buildings, banks, and things like that. How can Ulwembu work with your small, medium enterprises to ensure that some of those things are done?
Thank you for that question. Fortunately, we're quite experienced at doing that. Typical example, what we're doing in Tswana, spoke about it. We work with a lot of SMEs. And what we do is to make sure that in every area, we have people in that space that do some of the work. So we do that skills transfer to make sure that everyone in that space also benefits on that. So coming back to your question, that would be the same model. And
same model, even when we go to the other parts of our beautiful continent.
Most definitely.
Non-negotiable.
It is our
As
model.
His Excellency says, the problem is we've got a lot of unemployed graduates who need the jobs, but not only the jobs, the skills, so that they must not be depending on us, so that we don't perpetuate this westernization. Talk to us about that.
Yeah. So one of the things, just to add on so that's what exists now, and what we're adding into it, we've got a training academy that now takes that to the next level, where we're starting now to train young people to also place them in those spaces. So you're not only taking existing SMEs, but you're also taking young people, giving them training and giving them responsibility in those areas. So it is a model that you're able to export. I said that if you go to another African country, it doesn't make sense for you to think you'll bring half the plane for people to come and do work there. What you like to do is to bring the skills in that environment. Obviously, you drive and manage the process, but you get people in those environments to start managing those things. So it is a model.
Because I like action. Jobs, you must make sure you connect. Stand up, let them see you. This young man runs the largest training program, and I think in June you are bringing a lot of hundreds of young people at Birchwood. Make sure you connect. You was here for 3 days. Make sure that we connect. Because again, I don't like just conferences for conference sake. The problem with black people, as I said, we talk too much. Problem with Christians, we pray too much. But faith without works is dead. Can we have an amen?
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
So let's be sure that we
need action.
connect.
We'll do that.
Yeah.
We'll do
And again, it touches on His Excellency. Remember, the focus is on him.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I did not know that in all the African ambassador. Your Excellency, and I think that's what we need. We misquoted that scripture in the Bible. All good and perfect gift comes from above, not from abroad. Aus Oma comes from above. Women developing others, because we must also be able to develop. What also in the area of women? Do you also do the same thing, skills transfer? Let me ask the CEO. Or give my cheetah and then I'll read it. Only my cheetah fella. Boys choir, so what are we doing for women empowerment as far as Ulwembu is concerned?
We have our own ladies.
Wonderful.
Our ladies are right. Probably 50% of the audience here is our ladies.
I know I'm a little bit naughty, I know that.
But be that as it may, one of the things I want to amplify in terms of the skills transfer is that we have in line with empowering the youth and the locals, have embarked in conversation with the Franchise Association of South Africa, where we are saying, how do we make sure that wherever we touch the customer or wherever we arrive, we leave long-lasting skills, we leave long-lasting businesses. Because what normally happens is that there's contract projects, someone is trenching the fiber here, you call some few people in the area, and it's a job for 2 weeks, and that's it. So the issue is, how do we make sure that you have sustainable jobs and sustainable skills? That even when your project has gone, you have people that are locals that are maintaining the work. So that requires training, it requires skills, it requires them to have sustainable income. And we are building that model now.
I only have 10 minutes, so I'm going to ask 3 questions. I see one there, 1 question. Second, going. And then I also have 1 online there, so there are 3 questions. Aus Oma, fire a question to our sponsors. And sir, my brother, you'll be next. And then Tatema Kosan will be number 3. And then I've got 1 question online. Go ahead, Aus Oma.
Thank you, Dr. Molapo, and greetings to all the fellow children of God here. This is very exciting once again, and I want to thank David Molapo. Since last week, he really created a very fruitful platform for women, because my name is Oma Kazu. I am the founder of Women Developing Others. And I'm very excited to see that Ulwembu make life better. And we saw your women. David Molapo was all about women. Last week we saw...
Can you say that? Because invoice has all. Could you say that, Gape?
Yeah.
Aus Oma ko buang ngwana morena.
I like what...
Pela Grootman o teng o mametse my brother.
Yes.
Yes.
I really liked what the Excellency said, that Rona, at our age, we only speak from the heart. We can't fake, we can't copy and paste. We come from the culture of telling the truth, because the truth shall set us free. We are the generation, I'm 56 years old, we are the generation that has seen the importance of this notion that it takes a village to raise a child. People don't understand, why are we resilient? We are resilient, my generation, anybody that was born those years, not because we have it all okay, but fashionable at the time. But we collaborated, and that's how most people know David Molapo. He is my teacher in the bank during those years when apartheid was separating us within the same environment. He was called. He was young himself, but he has always been he's always been chosen to disrupt the injustice. And as a girl from Soweto, seeing him encouraging us not to have fear, but to work together within the white environment. I got promoted. Mrs. Van Ryan saw my attitude changing, and out of my fellow colleagues that were rebellious, I was chosen because of what he did at the time, ICANN Foundation. He brought that energy. He elevated black women, black people, to stop pointing fingers at the white people. I was one of those who were actually selected to be part of the cultural diversity, and I led in the bank. So him connecting again with me 40 years down the line to say, where are you? Can you come? And I said to him, David Molapo, I'm all for foundation. It is what it is. We couldn't make it in the corporate. We couldn't make it in business. We don't know tenders. We cannot be getting to be frustrated by buying people to give us tenders. But my heart is for women. And I heard the Excellency and everybody putting the emphasis on youth. Let me tell you, my brothers and sisters, the youth and the women are inextricably linked. It breaks my heart when I hear at certain phases in the world, it's about women and children gets to be left. And again, sometimes it's about children or the youth. The women gets to be left out. Women are the creators. Women are innovators. They were created by God. They are the helpers. Women birth leaders. They birth the kings and queens. They birth the presidents. Women do instinctively. The Holy Spirit just drops on them. And I'm worried, coming back to the theme of today, that now we were at the back in this country. We were at the back making things happen with our stones. We know what Bumama Winnie Mandela did. We needed to fight physically. Now, we couldn't be receiving the education that was superior. Our education was inferior. So our women, majority of them in South Africa, powerful as they are, I've seen them as a banker. I've seen them as an educator, having the fear to express themselves. Not that they cannot deliver. I've seen the fear of articulating, expressing themselves because of the language that came in 1652 by ship. People who were just passing here, the guy was just minding his business, Jan van Riebeck, and voila, he says, this is so nice, I can stay here. And the history affects all African continents, but we can. Now, given the topic of today, I'm actually less confident to even speak. I'm not adequate. I'm not sure if I will be able to put the message that I want to say before I sit down because of the complexity of the fourth industrial revolution. The word on its own, my peers, we don't know what is it. That's where it starts, that is Busiso. It's similar just there, we don't know what is that. I'm worried that we were distracted by English, by the way. Now it is this digital space. Majority of us as women. Most women last week, David Molapo knows because he mentors me. Dynamic young women of 35 to 40. They cry to me, Os Oma, we are misplaced. We have been retrenched. We cannot get tenders. We can't go back to Hammanskraal. We can't go back to Pietersburg because we came here many years ago. We were wanted. They can speak English. It's Kirbat. I always say, hey girls, if your English was to pay the bills and your lipstick and your beauty, but they are misplaced. They don't have places to stay. Their cars are being taken. It's sad. Now, as a visionary, my last days before I go back to my God, can we, and that's why I formed Women Developing Others. In 2019, the beginning of 2020, the calls, just here, we call this Ward 73, your Houghton, Webo, former President Thabo Mbeki, former President Mokhale Metlante, Kilane side. You come here, Orange Grove, just a street away. Our women are there with their children. It's now Ikasi, come. They called me 2020. They did not have food because I'm always with them. I'm always with my ordinary people. Their children do not have the school going shoes. They are here. They can no longer go back to the village because during that time they were serving the Jew community, the Muslim community here in the suburb. They are about 30, 50. They are here. David Molapo saw them. Those girls stood up crying because the corporate is abusing them. And they cannot access the data. They don't know what is the Zoom meeting. There is no Wi-Fi. Now, I'm just pleading today, using this opportunity through you, Ntate Molapo, to say, as a visionary, can I be with my women collaborating? I liked what Ntate Sipo said, Are, the IT integration. I will have to learn this language because I will just do it for the community, the gap between the young people and their mothers, because we have to start speaking it. It's scary words, but I'm going to start to speak about them, group my women and say, there are things called IoTs, AI. So I want to make a plea that Molapo, women developing others, because we are already a group of young dynamic. Lesego was here from Umlembu, so hear the stories. When they go back to Umlembu, they will tell you, a young universal, second universal, Miss Universal, a lady, she couldn't come, no money for taxi. I don't have. I'm talking about the real stuff. You know, that's me. Like Ntate Molapo saying, why should we be praying? Why should we be speaking big words for conference and not practically bringing our pain to the core? So women developing others, as a visionary, can we be brought into your CSI to be taught about these things for business purpose, for our young girl before they perish, to be part of this fourth industrial revolution? I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ausoma. And that is one of the reasons you are here. I'm going to give a motivational talk today on leadership towards the fourth industrial revolution. Hopefully, from today, we'll talk about AI, you know. Remember, I'm like you, I was BBT, born before technology. Your Excellency, you also born before technology, is that right? But again, you have empowered yourself, enabled yourself. So any words quickly before we go? Any words maybe through the training academy, CEO?
I think there's definitely a space, ma'am. Thank you for your question. There's definitely a space for us to partner. And I think the colleagues that were here last week, I will make sure that when we get back, we really revisit and see how we're going to partner with women developing women.
And by law, remember, it's a pity. That's why sometimes, and I know Brother Chris is here all the way from the Northern Cape. Stand up, Chris, let them see you. Chris works with a lot of our politicians, but I said to him, I don't want politicians here. He's right, he'll tell you. They are my brothers, they are my sisters, but by law, 40% of all the tenders, Babu Sipo, must be given to women. 20 or 15% must be given to young people. But it's just all talk. Again, we're not here to criticize the government. You know, I nearly said we are hurtful as a man of God. I can't say that. You know, but, you know, those promises are gone. We now need to know what is NAFCOC saying. So thanks so much, Brasbu. My brother, question, and then the CEO of NAFCOC, please share a word, and then one more comment. And Abdul, I've just told 2-3 minutes there, bro. Go ahead, sir. Please introduce yourself, and then fire to the two gentlemen. Any question?
Grotman, Program Director, thanks very much for this opportunity. To the two Grotman, my name is George Ratswana, popular name is the General. I'm the chairperson of NAFCOC in Ekurhuleni. I'm with the Provincial Secretary of NAFCOC Gauteng, Animbele. I'm with Carol Kobe, the Deputy Secretary of NAFCOC. I'm with the General Manager of NAFCOC in CDB. The reason why I'm introducing them, I'm representing them as I'm speaking because we're not all going to talk. Very impressive presentation from the MD and the other speaker, Olwebu. Prasbu, as NAFCOC, we are rolling out a retail sector. We're taking over as NAFCOC a retail sector. I'm sure all of us, we can be aware in the country. There are a lot of sectors that have gone out of our hands, including the retail sector. We want to be smart as NAFCOC, taking it back. but we want to invite Ulwebu to partner nathi. And I can tell you now, it's coincident, Dr. Molapo, that it has to happen very soon, this rollout. Sibiza Gutiganavkok, it's community-owned wholesalers, including Ispaza shop. There are partners, including government entities that we have partnered with. I'm not going to mention their names for the purpose of a rollout plan, has just been finalized. So I'm not representing that. But I want to assure you that we need Ulwebu's technology and expertise. I can tell you that I thought you only are operating in Tshwane, but I saw Ekurhuleni, I saw Johannesburg. Yes. So I thought these other areas are left out. But Gauteng, it's our space. We really need your expertise so that we can work together. NAVCOC, it's a mass-based organization of abahwebi abancane. So our database is all over the show. I think you can assist us in making sure that we are organized. There are 13 sectors, NAVCOC. One of those sectors that I've just mentioned is the retail sector. So we're really aggressively going out there in making sure Uguti, we empower our own people correctly so, and stuff like that. So I think the question, Chairperson, is that, and you also have alluded to that question to say, are you available to assist the SMMEs? Because of this is what your Excellency has said. We need entrepreneurship in our country, more than anything else.
Yes, sir.
This issue of AMA grants and stuff like that, they don't belong into our space anymore. We need to build entrepreneurship. So I think let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I can sense, if I'm wrong, please correct me, Chief. I can sense some optimism. I can share some hope. And again, these conferences like this, Babu Sibu, this is what it's all about. Meeting, coming together. But His Excellency gave us a bigger perspective of the continent. But again, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with what? With just one step. And there it is, Bafuit. Again, some of these things don't need prayer. They need connection, Bafuit. We pray too much. So here is NAVCOC. You are rolling out the stuff. Ubabun Dovu Zobanati until the next 2-3 days. Maxwell, after 2-3 days, there must be an action plan. You guys must meet. Let's get busy. As long as, Omar said, job creation through the training academy, we create jobs, skills transfer for our young, unemployed graduate men and women, and we are able to go. So thank you so much, Baba. I can see the smile. But this is not free stuff. Every voice, there's an invoice. So that people like Ulwebu can then be able, as part of their corporate social investment, be able to do things there. And my white B partners here, this is the man who handles my money. Stand up, let the people see you. That's Sean. Give him a wonderful round of applause. So if you've got money, you want to invest, make sure you get in touch with Sean, okay? But Makosana, before we wrap up this session, any words you wanted to say something?
Thank you very much, Excellency, and you, Director, and Dr. Molapo, all protocols observed, colleagues.
Yeah, if you can check a statement.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. No, mine say our executive of NAVCOC have already spoken a mouthful. Mine was only to request, to add, to allude to my chairman that with regards to, because I've started a program 25 years ago, I authored it called Special Economic Zones. So now I'll be receiving a license very soon from the government, and there's approved it. It's going to be built in the Val. So Ulwebu, they come intact, especially with digitalization. Like you said, Sipo, data or data.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gotcha.
So we will need it, especially with renewable energy, because we are next to Sasol company. So also we like to partner with Sasol in terms of hydrogen energy, in that space of hydrogen energy and natural gas. So maybe in the next coming days, we'll discuss, and also with you, Your Excellency, in terms of maybe because the special economic zone is a penny for a pound investment. So you invest a penny rand, you get a British pound for that investment. So there's no risk. And you know also high risk, high returns. So with that, esteemed doctor, thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mambokosa. The good news is tomorrow, the head of Sasol Foundation will be here. Not only just about the renewable energy, because again, as Ubabu Ndlovu said, you are through that energy, you're empowering clinics, hospitals. As His Excellency said, whether you like it or not, it goes back to health, and a lot of other factors are affecting the health thing. So we're going to talk about it. Babu Ndlovu, the last words, and then Grootman, you'll be the last one. Last words, you're going to be here for some time. What would you like to say to the people live and online?
All right, thank you for that. I think, as you say, we'll be here for the next few days. So we can connect, we can have a conversation. As you saw, there's quite a lot that we do. We couldn't go through all of it today, but I'm available to have a conversation in your environment or any situations that you're faced with. We can deal with it.
And those online, how can they get in touch with you?
All right, I think we'll distribute our contact details for online. They can contact me either by phone or by email, and then we can take it from there.
Thank you. Babu Sibusiso Kunene, final words, sir, to the people online and live.
Well, I think I want to thank everyone, the audience here today, His Excellency, yourself, Doc, and really we want to encourage collaboration. Collaboration from the services we offer and collaborating with other African countries. We obviously, because of shortage of time, we haven't touched on how our exposure has been in the African continent, what services have we rendered in that space. But we've been around the African continent, we've tried to partner and collaborate with other entities, and we've delivered some good services. And we are looking forward with intention now to go into the African continent and deliver specific services, in particular into your fiber and your e-health services. So we'll really look forward to those that want to partner with us into African continent, and through His Excellency, I can assure you this thing is going to blow up.
Well, you hear His Excellency. The good news is we actually here the next 3 days. But today I wanted you to meet His Excellency. Babu Spusu Nyabonga Mtanara Baba. Mina, I always come prepared. My lawyer is here. Stand up, raise them, see you. My attorney is here. No, I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Give it up for Reg Thomas. That's my lawyer. And then his lovely wife, Saloshni. Stand up, Saloshni. Let them see you. You know. So Cheryl, you see, I'm hanging around Indians. You see that, you know. So, you know. Yeah, you know, even my head is going like this, you know. I'm getting... So, Babu Sbu, thank you so very much, and you and His Excellency will continue to talk. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Ulwembu Business Services. We say thank you so much. We love you.
Thank you.
Abdul, come on, my friend. And let's be praying. Today they are meeting. Maybe we'll get rid of our mask today. We will find out in a couple of minutes. They are meeting today.
Doc, stay here, Doc. You know, we spoke about a lot of transformation, a lot of change. So I want to see some energy. And I want to ask you a question. And I want you to play full out. I want you to interact with me. I want you to say and respond. The question I'm going to ask you, you can say, I can. Let's see if we all play together. Let's do it as a team. Who can inspire leaders today? Doc, did you feel that, Doc? You didn't feel it's too weak. Let's go to another level. Who can inspire young leaders of today? Who can support women today? Who's going to change? Say, I am. Who's going to change? When? Now. When? Now. I believe you. Thank you so much. His Excellency spoke about people communicating properly. Doc, let's show them. And I'd like to talk about, you know, he talked about, Your Excellency, you spoke about communication and the importance of communication and how we can communicate with each other. And we need that kind of awareness. Is that not important, Doc?
Sure, yes.
And we're going to create an awareness, but I'd also like you to play full out and see if you are communicating well. And hopefully, we always talk about tools and interactive action Today we're going to do just that. So, Doc, the rules are going to be simple.
Before I do that, do I need another table too?
I think you are just right there, brother.
Okay, just check.
You know, I'm just, I like looking on top of you.
Yeah, because Goliath only spoke 44 words. David spoke 133, So I want to be short, brother,
A journey of 1,000 starts with one word.
That's it, one word. Let's go.
One word. So if I say one,
Yes, sir.
you say two, we say three. We're only going to use three numbers. You're going to find a partner just now, and you're going to only say three numbers. What are the numbers?
1, 2, 3.
And that's all we're going to say. We're going to enhance communication. We're going to see if me and Doc are good communicators. We're going to then increase the speed to be aware that we are communicating and not losing communication. So if I say 1,
2,
3,
1,
2,
3,
1,
2,
3,
1,
1.
2.
So was it easy? Was it easy? Let's see if you can connect with the person. So I want you all to stand up. Find a partner with you. And I want you to test each other. So all stand up. Find a partner. Just face the partner like me and Doc.
And His Excellency must not speak French. It must
Yeah,
speak English.
yeah, excellent. English. So find a partner. Everyone got a partner? So when I say go, I want you to say 1, 2, 3. So let's go, guys. And faster. I see the Excellency is enjoying this conversation, Your Excellency. Let's try again. Let's try again. We are laughing a lot here. I don't know what's going on. What's happening? Okay, Doc.
Tell my Norwegian guys, not in Viking language.
Not in Viking language,
Not
guys.
in Viking violence.
Okay, guys, thank you so much. Just hold on. Stay standing. Just stay standing. Doc, what do you think? People were laughing there. Were they communicating well? Who's
My Viking brother was speaking Viking language. We talk
Viking
English.
language in no. I want to take it to the next level. Sometimes there's technology. There's change. We have to adjust to change. And we have to disrupt this change. Because change is the only thing that's constant. So now we're going to do, I'm going to say 1, and number 2, we're going to connect. Just clap. Don't say 2, just clap. And then you say 3. So let's go, Doc. 1, 3.
1.
Everyone's clapping here, Doc. They're already onto the game here. 1, 3.
1, 3.
1, 3. Okay, let's try, guys. Let's try and try with your partners. Let's try. We are struggling here, I see. How are we doing, guys? Are you guys winning here? Are you guys winning? Well done. Come on, let's go. How are we doing, guys? Everyone's just clapping here. Doc, just hold on. Doc. Guys, I want to ask you. Thank you, guys. I want to ask you a question. Just stay standing one last time. Doc, thank you, Ruxan. Thank you, guys. Doc, what did you think of that, Doc?
It's not easy because people go like, one day just go.
I saw one of these people just going. I was like, what's going on here? Now, we are changing. And it's a 3-in-1 Aquafresh. So let's do 3 changes today. Improving your health, so disrupting your health. Taking your heartbeat to the next level. Increasing technology and improving technology. So what me and Doc are going to do is going to change that into three levels. So 1 is a clap. 1, 2 is a clap. And 3 is on your knees. Are we ready, Doc? 1.
1.
1. Do you all get it? Let's try one last time and we can start with the program. We're going to call upon our next guest. So let's try one more time.
So say 1 and then I do this.
So let's try.
Watch.
Watch. The key to communication is not be in a hurry. The key to communication is to start and do it slowly. So watch. 1.
1.
1. Can you see? Communication will improve. Connect with the person. Let's try and connect. Do it slowly and let's get it right, guys.
Take it to the next level.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you enjoy that? Did you learn something about communication? How's our communication, Your Excellency? Communication is challenging, right? We just did an awareness exercise on how to improve communication. Let me just leave you with this one message. Who is the one I see we're still 1, 2, 3 here. We're still trying to get 1, 2, 3. Guys, thank you. I want to leave you with one message. Who is the one that communicates the best? It's the one who speaks last. You have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Let's listen more and speak less. And hopefully we can communicate and hear and interact. And one tip, when you communicate, when you're speaking to someone, look at them. Check into them. Your phone is a distraction. Although we're doing data and we're doing that, when you connect, like His Excellency says, look at someone. And hopefully today, our relationship will change. Give yourself a round of applause. My next guest is a frontline worker. Nurses are the heart of the healthcare. Nurses are the hospitality of the hospital. She started in Soweto, studied from 1982 at Laratong Hospital. She's been a nurse for the last 40 years. She then moved and started an NGO in 2003 at a wellness clinic. In 2007, she started as an occupational health facility. She moved to a wellness program and spent 14 years thereafter in the corporate field doing government and, yes, communication. She also spends a lot of her time at COVID vaccination centers where she goes around, helps people during COVID. I believe nurses are unique. Save one life, you're a hero. My next guest is just that, a frontline hero. Let's welcome Susan Inluvu. Come join me, Susan. Let's give her a round of applause. You know, I ended by saying nurses are unique. And nurses are, heroes in today's nation. We need frontline workers like you. I want to start by asking you, what inspired you to choose a field where you're right in the front line? What inspired this journey?
What inspired me is quite a long story. Initially, remember when we were 1976, 77, we were toy-toying in Soweto. I'm part of that. And with our parents, it was, okay, fine, you don't want to go to school. Okay, then we're out. And I had to choose a profession. Initially, I thought I wanted to be a doctor, but they didn't have money. And I actually debated with myself to say, I wonder which field where can I fit in? And then I chose nursing. Honestly, up to today, I do not regret. I think God put me in this position for a reason, so that I can go preach health, preach gospel with health, and lead to the integrate.
You talk of God put you here for a reason. Are you excited with this reason? How do you wake up in the morning knowing that this is your reason and this is your purpose?
I love it. It's actually in my blood. I really love it. And just seeing, helping someone getting better, that I've attended, wow, that actually makes me feel like, I think I belong here.
You definitely do belong here. A lot of kids want to also belong here. They want to choose the nursing, fraternity and be involved as a young entrepreneur. What message do you have for nurses, young doctors? Because at this time, it's challenging. A career that has so many fruits, so many risks, so many challenges. What message do you have for young people as you were a young girl and were a little confused and then decided to go into nursing and now you feel your heart inspired?
Oh, I could say to them, you know what, follow your heart. Unfortunately, we can't all be doctors. We can't all be nurses. We can't all be. But if you look at health you'll realize that health is broad. You do not have to be a doctor to actually touch and, heal someone. You do not have to be a nurse. There's so many things. We've got psychologists, we've got psychiatrists, psychologists, then we've got all these dentists, dental surgeons. So there are so many fields under health that you can actually work for, do them, study, and excel with it.
Absolutely, and you have excelled in that, and as you excel in your journey, you started 40 years in the hospital field and in nursing, and then you excelled. You opened up a wellness clinic. You want to share a little bit about the beautiful wellness clinic?
Okay, for me to open the non-NGO, oh God. Initially when the thought came to me to open an NGO, was doing community outreach projects for Netcare. And 2003, they made my post redundant. That was 2003 in November. And I thought about it, and I said to myself, you know what, you can open a primary healthcare clinic actually. Why don't you go for it?
Absolutely.
And not work for a salary? And in Gauteng, we had it was the chief director of health who I actually approached and gave him like an idea of what do I want to do. And he said to me, you know what, a problem now, it's HIV. This is a problem that we are actually, just apply, get an NGO, and then apply, and then you will get funding and you'll start your NGO. Other things we will follow after that. That's why when Dr. Molapo was saying HIV, it takes me back then on, you know what, that's what I actually started with, not knowing what the future holds for me.
The future then took you to the corporate field, and you were in communication and involved in that.
Yes. And then when I was doing remember, if you are in health sector, like I was saying, it's broad. Initially, I started doing home-based care, whereby the health cares will go to patients that are sick, that can't do anything for them, to see that they eat, they wash, and they take their medication. So that was the beginning of the program. And from there, we had to train community, we call them HIV counselors, so that every clinic should have that. So I also got that project. That was project number 2 under the NGO. And then there was, I think everyone would say this was one of the best programs that government brought. It's called Employee EPWP. It's Expanded Public Works Program. Wow. That was one of the best programs that they ever had, because the purpose was, let's take all the matriculants, all of them, and then distribute them in all government facilities. And while they are there, they should learn in whatever department. They should learn and have an exit program.
Beautiful.
That was one of the best programs.
You enjoyed that program, it sounds like it.
I enjoyed it, but a bit disappointed because there was no exit program.
You then moved to a phenomenal space, COVID vaccination, which was at the heart of COVID.
COVID, I did it after. Like I was saying, health, I love health, like I'm saying. Then if you go to primary, I started primary health care. which included occupational health and employee wellness program. Occupational health is going to companies, I think most of our guests knows here. It's a requirement from Labor Department, whereby in most, especially factories, when a person comes, they need to do their initial health assessment, and then during the month, after 6 months, it's just biological test, and then when they leave, then they leave. Well, before they leave, you do their exit a health assessment, and we give them the certificate so that when they go to another company, they can say, okay, fine, we can see that you have the certificate, fine, you are fit for 1, 2, 3. Quite interesting program, honestly, to run with. And it's still there. The only thing, it was disturbed by COVID. You know, COVID, all factories closed down, it changed, and they didn't want employees to come back until we at level. I think construction businesses, that's where they suffered a lot, because they were supposed to only go back at level 3. Yeah. But that's one service that also I love, my passion.
I can see that you do love that with a passion. You were then doing COVID vaccinations all
and
around.
then after that, registered to get a permit so that I can do COVID vaccination. Why COVID? It's because we were all sick, guys. We were all sick, and we wanted something that will actually help us. And this was a worldwide program. When you watch CNN, everywhere it's COVID. So for us as a country, I know we've got other people. Remember, maybe let's say 60% of the country, if they agree, and then we reach herd immunity of 60%, I think we can pat ourselves on the shoulder as healthcare professionals to say, this is what we've done.
In fact, I'm going to do more than that. Instead of giving a pat on the back, I think we should give a round of applause of what you've done. Thank you so much for doing what you've done.
Okay. And then with COVID vaccination, unfortunately, I think it's because of government or the COVID committee and all that. When they're doing when they're vaccinating, if we look down there, we've got squatter camps, so many squatter camps. So I've never seen anyone, or they say this company has gone to squatter camps, because COVID sites are not accessible. Any healthcare program that you want to do successfully, it should be accessible to the community and people that are going to use it. Okay? And while we're still here, just to give it a bit, I had the
EAP.
Urembu, they were talking about the e-health. Okay, e-health, we, from our side, I'm actually doing this with another software. What we're doing is because things are changing every day. People don't want to go and consult at doctors. Ne? So we're doing what we call virtual consultation, whereby a person can call virtually, like the e-filing, and then from there we generate a prescription, and then they go and get their prescription at a very, very low price compared to going to a GP. Okay, looking at business, we might say, what about GPs? Are they going to lose now? Does it mean they're going to lose business because now there are these fancy programs coming in? These programs, if you, I don't know, if we are thinking at the same level, I think they are one of the best programs. Even if people are sick at work, they can call, do virtual consultation, get their prescription, and then after that you write them a sick note and they come to you. Very professional, very well managed, and no one, if it's mine, no one will actually go into my password or email just to go into that program. Okay, so this is the program we're starting now. I think I've got the already I've got the software and everything. So you can consult anyone, anywhere. For employers, look at it, it's quite good. It reduces what? Absenteeism.
Wow.
Okay.
I think that sounds exciting. Just on currently now and what you're doing now, how do people contact you? How do they engage with you? How do they reach out to you? If they want to reach out to you, Susan, how do they interact with you? You're very involved with different programs. How do they interact with you, Susan?
I've got offices in Basonia, but my email address, you can always get my email address.
And if people are online, what's the email address that they can reach you? Because there's a lot of people online.
It's Susan, S-U-S-A-N.
Susan, S-U-S-A-N?
Yeah, at Sitsing, S-E-T-S-I-N-G.
At Sitting?
Sitting. Those that are so Tswana will understand that.
Sitting.
Health.co.za. Or you can always call me. My receptionist will tell you which times do I have for bookings. So this is quite, health is so broad. Next time, maybe I'll be starting another program because I feel that, this one, it looks like it's much better than the others.
Absolutely.
But what we want to achieve, we want to see a nation that is healthy, a nation that is proactive. They don't have to sit and wait for clinic or whatever, so that at least we know that their health care is actually taken care of. And then maybe just to give you another brief is so that you understand. Remember, government hospitals are no longer coping with repeat scripts. People go wait in a queue. Someone mentioned that. They wait in the queue, waiting to come and take the chronic medication. And when they come, they don't even check your blood pressure or your sugar, or you go to the window where the way each facility operates. But what Anova, I think it's from US company, yeah. It has actually came with a program which is working so nicely. Any person who has chronic illnesses, and her results or his results are within what we want to see. They just give them a card, they call it a green card, and they ask them which pharmacy, the nearest pharmacy they can collect. So they collected Clicks, Discam, Alpha Farm, and some private hospitals. You just go with your ID, and then they give you your medication. You don't have to go and queue. So this is the program that is in, we call it a PUP program.
Susan, with the PUP program, spoke a lot about health, also for us to be proactive. Susan, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. This is what my guest now has just done. Let's give Susan a round of applause. And if you want to interact, with her, come and talk to her. She's sitting right here. You can get her business cards, and you can interact with her. Let's give a round of applause for my guest, Susan Ndlovu. Thank you so much, Susan. You know, I think the healthcare sector is something that is critical, and people we acknowledge who are frontline workers and standing in the front. Please engage with Susan, interact with her, engage with her, and let's develop women and empower them and assist them and support them in what they do. When you're uncomfortable, you know, it's a sign of transformation. Think about it. Whenever you're uncomfortable, it's a sign of transformation. My next speaker is a transformational mindset coach, a serial entrepreneur, an executive and a business coach, a master NLP. Her passion is to make a difference in the lives of people she meets and awake leadership. Please put your hands together for the serial entrepreneur, Rukshana Moden. Thank you, Rukshana. Thank you for being with us today. You know, I'm excited, Rukshana. Are you excited?
I'm excited to be here.
Can you tell us why you're excited?
This is all about change and listening to all the amazing people and the opportunities that are out there. I met Dr. Molapo a week ago, and it was just by chance, and he said, I need you in this room. So I'm excited to be here, truly I am. And just listening to the opportunities and Your Excellency, it was like amazing. I'm in awe of everybody that's in this room. So thank you for having me here today.
Let's give Rukshana a round of applause as she... You know, Rukshana, transformation is a journey without a final destination. You continue and you continue, you know, you keep going. You are a transformational coach. How do we awake leadership, especially now in the fourth industrial revolution? You know, people are challenged. They want to be awoken. They want to step up. They want to rise to the next level. You know, and we're talking about leadership as a transformational coach. What message do you have for people?
I think the most important thing that we need to understand, it's amazing to have these new innovations coming up, technology, new programs coming up, but the one most important thing we need to understand, the teams that we have, we need to help them shift their mindset. And especially, you've heard what Omar Lydia said. It's like, I don't know what the fourth industrial revolution is all about. I don't know technology. So those gaps, we need to start filling it with the mindset of saying, let us grow you into those spaces. And a growth mindset right now is very important. Depression has risen, literally doubled, because of fear of COVID. And these things of mindset should be taken into consideration in your workplaces when changes are happening and when new projects are being brought upon. A lot of workers don't step forward, and especially in our nursing industry, medical industry. It's just such a, every day you just got to get in there and do what you need to do. So for me, I think the most important thing is your mindset. It's like, help your teams, help yourself as a leader, as somebody that is so innovative. Help yourself making sure that you're living a balanced life, making sure that your mindset is taken care of, your spirituality is taken care of, your body, your soul. And just make sure that every single thing is being fed. I say fed because I wake up in the morning and I want to feed my spirituality. I want to feed my soul about something. Teach your teams, your leaders, your co-workers, your employees or employers, whoever it is, teach them how to breathe. Teach them how to have coping mechanisms when these amazing times are coming of change. But change comes with fear. Change comes with pushes. Change comes with clashes within your teams.
You know, you talk of change come with fear. It's not easy to change. Fear, face everything and run. Fear, face everything and respond.
I'd like to share this. This is the right platform for me to say it. Last year, you know, every time people would send me stuff, negative stuff, because I'm a negative emotional therapist, I would like just ignore videos and facts and figures, you know, COVID. And one of my clients came to give me a gift. We weren't coaching that day. His daughter walked into the room and she was a carrier. And she gave me Delta. And I laid for 8 weeks fighting for my life. Reality kicked in. But the thing that I had to battle wasn't the sickness, was the fear. Because the person that walked into my room giving me COVID died. So my panic just kicked in. And I just kept on fighting this thing that, okay, I'm going to die. And my leaders from my churches and people that I didn't know worldwide, my coaching clients worldwide were connecting with me. It's just like, what can we do? What do you need? I didn't need anything. I needed to fight my mindset, that fear. So I think the most important thing for me, and especially with COVID right now, I mean, doctor just said it now, today we're going to get news whether we're going to wear the mask or not. I think that is things that we're waiting for. The fear was put into us. The minute we went into shutdown, lockdown, you were seeing your wives and your husbands and your children for who they truly were. Their tempers, we didn't want to be in the same room together. We didn't want to be locked up together. And that is when reality kicked in, where more and more relationships were being tested. Our mindsets were being tested because we couldn't cope, right? Working from home, seeing our spouses, the children making noise, we're trying to work. And then also, I mean, I can tell you this, maybe please don't laugh and judge me. I was in many events, and I always told myself, I've changed that word, I'm technologically disadvantaged. So I had a whole Zoom session with 12 of my top business clients, and I never knew that I wasn't talking to anybody. I was powerful, I was giving it to this camera. And then somebody decided to phone me on my line and said, where are you? And I said, what are you talking about? I'm delivering the session. And they were like, no, we're waiting for you. And I was like, I called my son and I was like, something is going on. And then we didn't realize the camera went on and they could see me running around and I was panicking. I was like, well, and that day, just let me tell you, I dressed the top part of me and the bottom part I had on a tracksuit trouser. So I had a suit on, but a tracksuit trouser. So I was running around and I was like, did the laptop go off? What happened? And my entire team saw me. And the thing is, I mean, when I rewatched the video, I was like, my God, is that me? And I was like, why didn't I just put a skirt on? Gosh! You know, I mean, till now, they don't let me go. They're like, boss, coach, do you have all your clothing on? They're not going to let me forget this one. But that is, I had to go and learn. I had to go and make the effort. I had to change my talk within myself. I had to continuously tell myself that I'm not technologically disadvantaged. I'm going to learn how to set it up. What happened on that day if my son wasn't there to help me? I mean, these kids that are being born today, they're born with a cell phone in their hand. They know how to program it. If I used to change my cell phone, I would cry. If you look at my phone, I have a new phone and an old phone. Because there's certain things on the new phone I don't know how to do. But I'm going to have to make that effort to learn and get into that space of technology, because that's what works for me. My clients are via Zoom, are via Skype, and that's what works for me. I have to move with the program. So I've got to step up. I've got to be better than who I am, and I've got to take that space, step out of my comfort zone, right? I've got to be uncomfortable.
You know, you talk of being uncomfortable. A lot of people are not uncomfortable. How do they cope with uncomfortableness? How do they cope with stepping into those great steps? It's challenging sometimes, and Doc spoke earlier about a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. What are the steps people need to take to jump into fear, to jump into hope, to jump into digital transformation?
I think, you know, my journey, I owned 2 petrol stations. My first one was at the age of 29. I was the first Indian woman that sat in front of a panel in an oil company, and I said, I want a petrol station. And everybody laughed at me, and they were like, are you kidding me? You don't have money? You don't come from an industry of a family or anybody. You know nothing about oil. And I said to them, what do you fear? What are you going to lose if you give me an opportunity? So I got punished as a woman in the industry of petroleum. Instead of studying like men for their franchise agreement, like everybody else does their training for a month and a half, they gave me 4 months. I really battled. I was expecting. I climbed up on trucks to check my product. I took my own deliveries. I used to throw up after every delivery because of the fumes of the petrol. It was difficult for me. And you know, in that time, it gave me my hope. It gave me my understanding that if I want this, I've got to put in that 7 days a week. I've got to put in my time, my effort. If I was going to cry and have a boo-hoo and session and say, you know what, I'm a woman and why are you doing this to me? They would have sent me out of that room. I had to prove that I was just as capable as any other man, that I could run not 1, but 2 petrol stations. I actually started a program within BP because the first time I got a training kit for my staff was a box and there were pictures. And then I phoned head office and I was like, what is this? Is this what you want me to train my staff on? Product knowledge, on a flammable, on customer service, a little picture. This is a human being. You're embarrassing me. And then I came up with my own training. And at that particular time, I'm truly blessed. There was a lady, she found out about this program. She was from the WRCTA, and they actually endorsed it as the, I'm not sure if some of you might understand that program, it's called Kijima. It's still in existence. It's where you treat and you train your staff with the mentality that they know what they're doing. Nobody needs to learn from a picture. You need to innovate people. You need to say to them that we're human. There's an interaction between one and one. So for me, no, please, I want to be part of your team. So I had to put, and it, yes, at my age, I always said at 40, I'm going to retire. I'm 51, and I'm innovating myself. I want to be better than what I am yesterday. I don't compete with anybody. I don't compare with anybody. I'm in this room so that I can collaborate with all the like-minded people that are here. So just take that start, take that step. And I mean, for me, it's like learning from the best. I would not have been in this room had I not met Dr. And for him to have faith in me as a woman and say, I need you in this room. It's men like that that give women like us a space at the table. Thank you.
I'm sure you all are inspired, as I am. You know, I just want to open the floor and have an open forum of anyone who have any questions, and we could ask a few questions. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question?
Guys, don't do that to me. Ask questions.
Is there anyone who has a question? Doc, I'm sure you have a question for Rukhsana.
Yes. How do you handle failures in your life?
You know, firstly, God has created me as a woman. There's a feminine energy that's inside of me. God has created a man differently from me. And I need strong men in my life. I'm a single parent. I have 2 sons, amazing boys. I have strong counterparts. I have strong coaches that back me up. I also cry. I'm female, right? When I fail, I look at myself and I ask myself, is it me? Is it my team? What happened? And with COVID, I had to, although I'm a female, I have an ego, right? Because I always believe that I'm creating jobs and I'm making people earn money and I'm looking after families. And when I had to tell people that you're stepping out and unfortunately there's no job for you, it broke me as a person. And I think the emotional part came on to say that there are families that's going to be affected by me. So monthly, I would like try and go back. I know it was difficult, but I would try and go back and see how could I help those families. The failure was very much for me. But I have powerful male coaches and female coaches that said, girl, you've got to step up. Yes, that company is closed, but you have other subsidiaries that is bringing in money. You're going to grow bigger with that. And that's why now, at the moment, I'm busy with a training program for youth and women. And it's my baby. I feel it. I love it. And I'm passionate about it. So as much as, yes, I have failed, I fail forward. I'm going to do something with it. I'm going to use that energy wisely so that I can do something better. And those people that I did put off, I think 80% currently at the moment, I've done the entrepreneurial programs for them. I'm helping them start up their own businesses so that they are now taking care of themselves. So I feel good knowing that that happened. But yes, failure is not a good thing. But I think every one of us will fail in life. It's how you fail, whether it's in your relationship, whether it's with your kids. It's finding the groundwork to say, what am I going to do now better? How am I going to fix this? Or how am I going to live with it? It's like altering my mind, right? At my marriage, when my marriage broke up, it was a failure. And I felt bad as a woman, and especially as my culture. Indian women don't get divorced. My family kept on sending me back, and I was in a highly abusive family. My partner was abusive to almost an extent where I lost my life. That's a failure for me, that I could never make him love me enough. But I had to work forward and say, I have 2 amazing boys. How am I going to grow them to be the men that they should be, to be loving and caring and understanding and never take that violence over into their partners? So failing is part of my life. I fail every day. I mean, I brought high heels. When they called me on, I forgot to put my shoes on. And I was like, I know the person that dressed me. She's going to just give me hell because she's going to say, like, God, woman, you went on with your flat shoes. So I fail in life every single day. But you know what? I'm a woman, and I take it because there's a lot placed on my shoulders. And I'm blessed for who I am. And for the gifts that I have as a human being, the small things that I fail at, it's okay.
You know, failure, F-A-I-L, I see it as first attempt in learning. So failure is actually a good thing because we can learn, we can progress. You've inspired us. You've taught us about failure. You've shared tools on how we can take leadership to the next level. When people want to contact you, reach you, where do they reach you, Rukhsana?
You can share my number, whoever can come to me, and I'll give you my number directly. My website, they just shut it down. I have a marketing team that, like I said, I'm reinventing myself. I used to do more business coaching, business broking, and I'm going more into training, developing coaching mindsets. So my website, I shut it down. I think it's a 2-week thing, but it's www.roxanamoden.com.
So we want to connect with Ruxana. She will be here during a transformational coach, a serial entrepreneur, an executive business coach. Thanks you, Ruxana Moden. Let's give her a round of applause. I would like now to call again Dr. David, and he's going to share with us some strategic videos and strategic people who we're going to interact with, engage with. And I would like to call, let's give a round of applause for Dr. David. Oops.
Let's roll the first DVD. It's a lady by the name of Dr. Michelle. Let's listen to what she had to say, and then we will comment. Before I close with leadership in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Let's check what Michelle says. In the meantime, maybe we can play the summer tape or video.
Is an independent and voluntary professional association for medical doctors that represents our members with authority and credibility in all matters relating to the healthcare environment. SAMA offers representation for its stakeholders at various medical associations and interest groups, both locally and across the globe, including the CMSA, HPCSA, the Presidency, the Health Ministry, the World Medical Association, the World Health Organization, and many others. Furthermore, SAMA offers medical journals, CPD activities and point accreditation, medico-legal assistance, and society representation for specialists, GPs, and all other medical doctors. SAMA's Health Policy Committee assists in positioning the association on policy matters affecting the medical profession. SAMA also offers free or discounted access to training and continuing professional development. Advocacy, not just for members, but for the profession as a whole. Specially negotiated member benefits. The setting of treatment codes and clinical guidelines. Bursaries and scholarships. Research ethics oversight. Benevolent fund. And specifically for employed doctors, labor law legal assistance. Our vision is to be the leading and preferred membership organization advocating for and supporting medical practitioners in South Africa, with a mission of becoming the custodians of a growing advocacy that will unite, guide, and support members for the health of the nation, guided by our values of being member-driven, reflecting focused engagement, empathy, and collaboration. Influential advocacy aims to inform and educate, providing thought leadership through resourcefulness. SAMA believes in operational excellence, achieved through consistency, accountability, and agility and responsiveness. Our member value proposition, uniting and supporting doctors for the health of the nation, rests on 4 pillars. Pillar 1 is to grow our membership, firstly by retaining existing members and increasing the level of member advocacy, but also by attracting new members through targeted acquisition initiatives for the key member segments of student, private, and public employed doctors. Pillar 2, amplifying the SAMA brand, strives to enhance awareness of SAMA through targeted campaigns, building on the reputation and recognition of the oldest and largest medical association in South Africa, establishing SAMA as the opinion and thought leader in the health sector. Pillar 3 is the enhanced value we offer our members by visibly advocating member interests effectively and with urgency, informing and educating members and other stakeholders on topical issues, empowering and guiding them with knowledge and skills to ensure professional development and lifelong learning, and lending support and assistance to members with specialized services. The fourth and last pillar is the strategic partnerships we form by building influential and effective relationships that SAMA can leverage, growing successful and sustainable subsidiaries for the benefit of SAMA members, and promoting internal and industry compliance and governance. These four pillars, growing our membership, amplifying our brand, ensuring enhanced member value, and forming strategic partnerships, form a strong base in uniting and supporting doctors for the health of the nation. SAMA has 20 branches countrywide, which represent the interests and needs of members in a particular geographical area. The branches arrange their own activities, meetings, and events. To become involved in the SAMA structures and activities, members are encouraged to contact their local SAMA branch, whose contact details are available on the SAMA website at www.samedical.org. Just look at some of the benefits SAMA members enjoy from the following external service providers: the AA, SAMA EMDCM, SAMA CCSA, SAMF, Tempest, Hertz, Mercedes-Benz, Legacy Lifestyle, MPC, FPD, GWM or Haval, and Locum Base, to mention but a few. This is negotiated on a regular basis and involves benefits for SAMA members. For more information and to stay informed, please visit our website on www.samedical.org and social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, and Facebook. Thanks for watching.
Dr. Taylor, thank you so much, ma'am. And we only have 5 questions, 2 of them relating to health, 3 of them relating to leadership. And what we would like, first of all, to say thanks so much for your time. And I was able to check that as a black woman, it was difficult, even with all the credentials that you have, to even occupy this space. So question number 1, how do you survive in this male-dominated society?
Oh, wow. Well, you know what? I actually have to credit my parents for that. I will start by saying that my mom is a retired 2-star general, but the story begins before that. My dad talks about how when he was growing up here in Memphis, both my parents were born and raised here, he always thought it was wrong that his mom was such a smart woman, but once she got married, she wasn't able to pursue a career. She pursued a career in the home. She raised her family with her husband. And so he said when he got married and saw that my mom had aspirations to be in the military, he supported that. And so I grew up watching a couple, a husband and a father, who was very supportive of his wife's, my mother's, career. And because of that, I knew that I could go and do and be anything that I wanted to be. And that even though there would be obstacles put in my way because of my gender, it wasn't supposed to stop what I aspired to be. And so the best way I can say that I survive it is that I do a lot of asking for forgiveness instead of permission when I know it's the right thing to do. And then I also realize that even when I get frustrated by things that happen, that if I wasn't getting frustrated sometimes, it means I'm not doing it right. So that's just a little slice of how I deal with the day-to-day politics of navigating this position in this role, and frankly, how I've navigated my entire career.
Does it help being a military person? When they're full of nonsense, you can use your military stuff, or you don't use your military techniques?
Absolutely. My deputy director told me the other day when we were dealing with a few issues, and as you can imagine, we deal with a number of issues every day, but this one was pretty big. And he said, you know, I really appreciate your military bearing. So he is actually a former Marine. And so he understands that in the military, what you learn, one of the first things you learn is that even if there is chaos around you, you maintain your military bearing, you maintain your calm. And so, and a lot of times, if you have an adversary or somebody who doesn't agree with you, the calmer you get, the more frustrated they get. And so it keeps me grounded, and it helps me deal with what I know Beverly knows is a day-to-day struggle to make sure that we are protecting the health of the residents of Shelby County. We have a lot of pressures against us, but we also have a lot of people working for us and rowing in the same direction. And those are the people that I like to focus on.
Question number 4. You're a highly educated woman from Howard to Harvard to all these places. How do you maintain balance being a mom, now being a leader of this major operation, being a woman of God? How do you balance these things? That's question number 4 before we close.
Absolutely. So I'm still learning to balance. I'm going to be transparent with you all. But I have a fantastic village around me. So because I've moved back to my hometown, my mother, and I call him my bonus dad because we don't like step in our family. So my mother and my bonus dad are true champions for everything that I do. My dad and my bonus mom, who do not live here, also, they were my support in DC. But I have so many people around me, family and friends, who remind me that the balance is important. Now, I do believe that they've given me this first 4 months to get it together because it has been crazy and we just came out of a 4th surge. But I also have a lot of people around me who are making sure that I'm trying to take care of myself and making sure that the kids and I are taken care of. I have wonderful children, very, very wonderful children. And I know that everything that I do is for them. And so I have constant reminders with them around me to make sure that I'm stopping, that I'm listening, and that I'm really being a part of their lives, even in this busy time. And it's working. But as you can see, I even have reminders of them over my shoulder. I do that on purpose because whenever I'm on the screen, I get to look at them too during the day. And I have a direct line to their schools and everything else. So even being on screen at 6 a.m., my mom showed up at my door at 5 a.m. to make sure that she was there to help them get ready for school so that I could be here with you all. So it's that kind of thing when you have people in your life who can remind you that the balance is important, who can remind you that if you're gone tomorrow, somebody else is going to be in this seat, so you better make it count, then it's easier to maintain that balance.
The last question, ma'am. What would you say to 2 kinds of people, the healthcare workers in South Africa and Africa, and also to the particularly small, medium enterprises who have been affected also? So let's start with the healthcare workers and also with the small, medium enterprises. What words would you say to them, ma'am? Go ahead.
So for the healthcare workers, I would say the biggest thank you. Thank you so much for literally holding up the world on your shoulders. We are in unprecedented times. None of us, very few of us have seen this in our lifetimes. Unless you are 100 or older, you have not seen something like this. And healthcare workers have been at the front line of making sure that as many people, as many lives can be saved, have been saved. So I would say thank you to you. I know that you're tired. I know that this has been a 20-month, 21-month marathon for you and that you're ready to take a break. And we are praying that Omicron doesn't take us into that next surge. But even if it does, I know you're ready for the battle. But please, please, please try to get some rest. Try to take care of yourself because you have done a fabulous job in protecting the world.
and to the small, medium business people who have been affected also?
Thank you to you, because I understand, and I talked a little bit about some of the folks who haven't always agreed with what we have done at Shelby County Health Department. I understand that those small and medium businesses are your livelihood. That's how you feed your families. That's why you get up in the morning. And I understand that COVID-19 and some of the mitigation efforts that we've had to put in place has affected your livelihood. And I think a lot of it is just understanding that and then working with you to not only keep your businesses alive, but also keep the people safe who are coming to your businesses so that you will have a business for generations to come.
Dr. Michelle Taylor, on behalf of ICANN 4IR and our partners, not only in South Africa, but in the continent, we want to say, first of all, we thank the Lord for you. You're a gift to humanity. And also mom and dad there, behind the scenes, tell them it's part of their mission work. You're busy helping your fellow brothers and sisters in Africa. And to Sister Bev, and to Sister Bev, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Taylor. Michelle Taylor, for the, I'm talking on healthcare. And I think a bigger message that I take from this is a big thank you for all those people who is holding the fort, who is holding the world on the nation, and hold the world on the nation. So thank you for all the health workers. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you so much. We have another strategic video, and let's call Dr. Michael. He's from USA. He's going to share some beautiful strategic video, and I want you to tell me of some of the nuggets that you can take from this, and hopefully we're going to share some of those nuggets after this video.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, sir. How are you doing, Dr. Michael?
I am good, sir. How are you?
You've got South Africa and the continent and your fellow people. I'm not going to tell them where you come from. They are watching you right now, my brother. First of all, thank you so much for availing yourself. I know it's early in the morning. We're not going to take a lot of your time, but just share with people who you are and the right pronunciation of your surname, sir. Go for it, my brother.
You're back on mute.
Oh, why it's going on mute? Okay, it's back on. Thank you again, Peter. I am really delighted to be here this morning, and thank you, Beverly, for the wonderful introduction. I am really excited to have this conversation today. So my name is Michael Ugweke, originally from Nigeria, and have been in the United States now for over 40 years. I am currently the president CEO of Methodist Labrana Healthcare. The Methodist Labrana Healthcare is a 6-hospital health system located in Memphis, Tennessee. And I've been in Memphis now for over 15 years. We have about 13,000 employees or associates, as we call them. And we serve the greater Memphis community of over 1.2 million people. And we have about 1,600 licensed beds and serve the entire community.
Thank you so much. With the name, mine is David, yours is Michael. We are Bible people. Why is faith important to you, Brother Michael?
Could you repeat that again?
I said, why is faith important to you? Your name is in the Bible, Michael. Mine is David.
Oh, yeah.
So both of us are in the Bible. Why is faith important? Because Michael means the archangel. Talk to us.
Archangel, thank you so much. Yes, faith is extremely important for me. My parents obviously were faith people, and we were raised in a Christian home. And the organization that I work for is Methodist, and we have been, both from a religious perspective, the domination that my parents, every one of our family members have been through the Methodist, United Methodist Church. So we don't have, in my view, everything that we do is a gift and a mission from God and a purpose. And that is why faith is extremely important for me, because there is nothing we can do without His blessing.
2 more questions, sir. We will let you go. Question number 1. As a dynamic leader, what lessons did you learn during this tough time? What nuggets of wisdom will you give us to some of your peers, some of the business leaders, some of the healthcare practitioners? What did you learn that obviously with all your illustrious, education background did not prepare you? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, David. As I tell my colleagues, no one alive today that is a leader in any field has led through a pandemic before. So for the most part, when this came about, it was new to all of us. No one thought that it would last this long. Some of us thought it would be a couple of months or whatever, and here we are. So several lessons for us. One, anticipate the unanticipated, and we'll continue to do that. As we go right now, obviously we recall the lack of PPEs. We're going through the challenges of staffing at this time. So who knows what else will be coming along the way. So one is to anticipate the unanticipated. That's one. The second thing is one has to be very transparent with their organization. You have to be able to communicate frequently, more often. We know that in absence of that, unfortunately, people make up facts for themselves, and that becomes the narrative. So as a leader, one has a responsibility to make sure that they, keep the pulse of the organization and continue to communicate very frequently to ensure that there is accurate information across the board. But more importantly, transparent information. So in our case, as an example, I developed a dashboard at the beginning of this pandemic that I shared with all of our employees, all 13,000 of them, every day. And that dashboard shows the number of patients that we have in the hospital that have COVID, number of patients, number of PPEs that we have in the organization, and also staffing, so people know how many beds were open, how many people were waiting in the emergency room, enough to give people some level of control. Because quite frankly, when you don't have information, not only people make it up, they often make up the worst case scenarios. So that's another lesson there. The third lesson that I would really emphasize is collaboration. Working with not just colleagues, but across the board with various organizations, governmental organizations, and trying to make sure that efforts are being coordinated, especially at a time when resources are very scarce. So it's important to utilize whatever limited resources that are available to make sure that we are making it available to the patients that we're serving. And then finally, we have to try to get politics out of it. Obviously, as a healthcare organization, it's very challenging when you're in a state or a country that is, to some degree have made this to become political. But we have to continue to emphasize our role as healthcare providers and our responsibility to take care of people, regardless of what the politicians decide to do.
Anticipate the unanticipated, be honest, open, and transparent. It's all about collaboration, and get politics out of this. That's powerful stuff, my brother. And we don't know what Omicron now is going to probably add 4 more things that you're going to be adding on in there.
Thank you.
When do we see you in South Africa, sir? Before I give you the opportunity to say some last words, when are we seeing you in South Africa?
I was really looking forward to being in South Africa back in June. Unfortunately, there was another lockdown. I cannot wait to be there. I have never been to South Africa. I was really, really looking forward to coming there. So as soon as the borders are open and, hopefully the pandemic is, significantly reduced, I will definitely be there.
Well, you and Sister Bev, you'll tell Joe Biden to please remove those restrictions so that we can host you here.
Yes, I'll make a phone call for you there.
The last words, last remark to all the healthcare workers, practitioners, people in the front line. Please share a word of encouragement to them here in South Africa and all over the continent, please, sir.
Yes. Again, thank you, David. This pandemic has really has put a lot of pressure on healthcare workers across the globe. We've never seen anything like this. I can tell you that my own associates right now, we have a number of programs and initiatives that we've implemented to help support them. You know, there is a significant amount of stress, mental health, people haven't taken any time off from work. So across the globe, healthcare workers as frontline workers really have taken this on the chin. And I want to just say thank you, everyone, for all that you've done to keep all of us safe and continue to do as we navigate this virus. I can't thank you all enough in Africa. For one, you have limited resources, but you have really used those resources very wisely. We know that the number of positive cases in the continent is significantly lower compared to what we've seen across the globe, and a lot of that is due to your resilience and the work that you guys have done, not just to communicate, but also to use all the tools that you have in your toolbox to reduce the infection rate in the continent.
And that was Dr. Michael from USA, who spoke about some of the lessons. Anyone here who picked up some of the lessons? Anyone want to share some of the lessons? Anticipate the unanticipated, correct? What else? Communicate. Communicate more frequently. And lastly, what is the most important thing? It's not competition, it's collaboration. Thank you so much, Dr. Michael from USA. I'm sure you got some nuggets from them. I want to ask you again for the next form of nuggets. So we got again Dr. Michael, but this time he's from Singapore. Let's listen to this strategic video.
3,000 plus people online from 60 different countries. I have been blessed to visit over 50 countries in my lifetime, and I worked in 37 countries on 7 continents. From my travels, I discovered something, that we are all different, yet we're all the same. We got different customs, different languages, yes, but as humans, we are the same. We love our families, except maybe for the teenagers. We do business as best as we can. Don't we want our children to grow up to be good people? Yes, these are universals. Today, I want to share research I started in 2017 at age 63. I always had a 5-year plan, but I thought I would limp along to retirement if I only have a 5-year plan, and I never wanted to retire. So I made my very first 12-year plan. And I discovered new information that got me excited, got me juiced, got me going. And that ended up being the source of my new book, Take Back Your Life. And the speech I'm delivering for you, Take Back Your Day, Your Team, and Your Family. If you like my short talk today, please book me into your organization, and I promise, I will help you double your team's productivity in less than 12 months. If you don't like my talk, please keep it to yourself. Just kidding. Pass on the feedback to my brother David Molapo, and I'm sure either way he'll be happy to hear from you. Now, I'll let the real me share with you live. Back to you, David.
Our 21st SADC Annual Leadership Conference. So please, we're going to give you your time. You share with us, and then we'll come back to you. So go ahead. Who's that?
Right.
Who's that person next to you there on your right?
That's my son over there. He's trying to get the other screen going. I don't think that's going to work. So let's just get started, okay?
Let's get busy, my brother. Take Back Your Day and Your Team and Your Life by Michael Podolinsky. Let's give him a wonderful round of applause.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Go for it.
Great. So, poorly run meetings waste 34% of the time. I was 3 months ago, I was working with an organization 70% of the time, $4.8 billion company, and 70% of their time was in meetings. And they don't make money on meetings. They lose money. And 23 hours per day of your team's time, of your time and team's time, that's ridiculous, per week, pardon me, 23 hours per week. That's over half a week. And 2 to 4 months of total employee time is wasted. That's a 1/6 to 1/3 of employee time because the meetings are not productive and not run properly. Solutions, Google does 15 to 30-minute meetings. You want a 60-minute meeting or longer, you got to go to top management and ask them permission, and they will ask you why you need it. But most of their meetings, 15 to 30 minutes. Amazon and schools use 15-minute meetings or less. You're going to watch a 15-minute meeting in 1 minute.
Is everyone ready to give us their updates? Timer set? Yep. Who wants to go first?
1 week from tomorrow is going to be our first news broadcast.
A stand-up meeting, the key to it is it's only 15 minutes. We're really cognizant of using teachers' time well. This is the way we've been doing faculty meetings for 5 years. We get the teachers into a circle. I call for a volunteer to start, and then we start the update process. We go in order around the circle. People bring up what they're concerned about, what's going on in their classroom.
We're going to Eastern State Penitentiary to do performances.
They share great ideas.
Because we're going to do a historical narration for their pieces.
What they want to celebrate. It's really uncomfortable to have a long meeting standing up. So if people don't have something that's significant to say, they don't say it. We have never gone over 15 minutes. We can get exactly the same amount of information out as like a 2-hour faculty meeting.
Amazingly simple and very efficient. Everybody gets an update. 3 questions. 1, you got to ask, okay, what did you do yesterday? If they don't know, we got issues. Number 2, what are you going to do today? They better know that. They better have their plan because you're doing this meeting first thing in the morning. Number 3, what do you need help with? And then people can volunteer. I could help you for a couple hours in the afternoon or whatever. And or let me explain that to you after the meeting. And it's easy when everybody is updated and we can work as a team. Number 8, phones off the desk, off the table. When I work with Caterpillar Asia, they go around with a basket and throw the phones in, and you don't get them back till the end of the meeting. And when your phone is on the table or it's in your pocket on vibration mode, it occupies 22% of the brain. And that makes conversations go shallow and keeps us from being productive. Multitasking, number 9, multitasking drops productivity 36 to 40%. You can't multitask. You can't do 2 high-order, high-functioning tasks simultaneously. You got to focus on one thing at a time. Number 10, some of you are going to argue with me on this one, but I really don't like forced ranking. If you've got a group of millions, maybe, but generally forced ranking doesn't work. Instead, there's a lot of other ways to go and rank people and doing it more productively with even 4 questions like Amazon does. But forced ranking, I dare you, if you believe in forced ranking, I dare you to rank these 4 people. One's an A, one's an F, and one's a C+, one's a C-. So rank these people if you would please. Who's the failing one? Oh, if you don't know the lower left corner, that's Lee Kuan Yew. He's the founder of Singapore here. But can you get what I'm saying here? How do you rank these people? Well, you know, Gandhi's kind of a C+ guy, I guess, you know. You can't. They're all A's. They're all A's. You got the best people in the world, and why would you want to rank them less than being the best? If you got lousy people, they're all F's. You know, you don't force rank and say they have to conform to some bell curve. It's not bell anyway, it's Partian. It's an upside down curve. That's a matter for another day. So I suggest you eliminate this forced ranking. And by the way, sometimes it's pretty obvious who gets the lower scores. And I think that's just part of life. Well, I hope you can use these 10 ideas, because if you can use these 10 ideas, you will be able to be in the top 25% of organizations. If you're interested in my book, you can write me at mikepoto1@gmail.com. And you can also take your camera and shoot the QR code for my website. It's just getting back online. It's not 100% yet. We had it down for 3 weeks because we're working on a new approach to what we're doing with online courses, 30-day courses, and LinkedIn as well, and Facebook. And I want to thank you. I want to thank David Molapo for this opportunity, and it is indeed an honor to speak with you and to hopefully share some information that's of value. Thank you, David.
I think it definitely shared some information that was of value. Dr. Michael from Singapore, and he says we are different but the same. And I think the gem that I take from here is 23 hours per week is wasted. And that 23 hours, how can we change it? Maybe have 15-minute meetings and ask 3 questions. Yesterday, what did you do? And you get a check-in with your staff. Secondly, today, what you doing? And lastly, what do you need help in? And hopefully in that way we can empower. I think that was beautiful by Dr. Michael. And he spoke about something which I want to share with you. He spoke about change. Change is disruptive. Change is difficult. We are here for change. Change is the only thing that is constant. It is the only thing that if we change, we transform. I want to ask you just quickly to do a change activity and see how easy or how difficult it is to change. So I would ask you, please, to stand up for a moment for the last time. And I want you to take your hands apart. Your Excellency, thank you. Sorry to trouble you. I want you to take your hands apart, and all I want you to do is just close it and keep, and tell me which hand is on top, your right thumb or your left thumb. So close it and have a look. Which thumb is on top? How many of you have the right thumb on top? Pick up your hands. Left thumb on top. Now, I want you to change it. I want you to just do it again and see what happens. Just close it again normal. Is the same hand on top? Yes. Most of the time, the same hand is on top. Your Excellency, the same hand on top? That is correct, because the same hand will be on top. But what is uncomfortable is change. I want you to slowly take your hands out. And now change it. Put the other hand on top. Slowly, slowly, and put it on top. How does that feel? How does it feel, sir? Uncomfortable. How does it feel? Let me tell you, life is uncomfortable. We have to change the way we think about health. We have to change the way we think about leadership in 4IR. We have to change. And if we change, life will change. Change is constant. Who today is going to change? Who today is going to change? I believe you. Thank you so much. The next segment is something I've been waiting for. I've been excited all day waiting for this, and I'm sure you are. Can you please take your seats? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The next segment I've been waiting for. I've been quite excited by this, and I know you are too. You heard about a motivational talk we're going to get, and this is the time for it. Dr. David Molapo, who is a motivational speaker, his values I treasure of integrity, honesty, and fairness, a degree in mathematics and science. He believes the keys to success in life is to believe in yourself. Today he's going to talk to you about believing in yourself, talk to you about breaking those barriers, unlocking leadership in you, unlocking the thoughts that you have and a shift in your mindset. He also believes, and I love his quote, you are no longer a prisoner of the past, but a pioneer of the future. Today he's going to talk to you about the future. He's going to talk to you and give you tools about the future. Let's put your hands together for Dr. David Molapo.
Before we wrap up today, I just wanted to share some thoughts on how to lead effectively even in difficult times. Because whether we like it or not, life is like a book of many chapters. Some chapters are easy, while some chapters are difficult. Some chapters are rough, while some other chapters are smooth. Some other chapters are filled with tragedies, inkinga, matata, muilegate, while some other chapters are filled with triumphs. I don't know here who is going through a difficult chapter. I don't know those watching online who's going through a difficult chapter, but I'm a living example of difficult chapters have an expiry date. We started with this corona. And people don't die, by the way. They die because of corona or corona-related things or corona complications. Have you noticed that? Nobody's dying of cancer, HIV, AIDS. They die one of the 3 things. We can have the slides, guys. They die of what? Of corona or what? Corona-related or corona complications. Have you noticed that? A friend of mine had a car accident, His Excellency, and he died. The thing was he would die because of car accident. No. They wanted to squeeze, how do we say he died of corona? Or corona related? Or corona complications? And this corona cry has messed up our brains. And some of us, even the way we walk within corona. And we get worried. Repeat after me, please. Worry is the deposit I pay for services never rendered. And worrying is like a rocking chair. It gives me something to do, but it does not take me anywhere. So don't worry. Be happy. Is that right? So now, how do we actually lead in difficult times? Before we talk about leadership, let's just unpack that whole statement. Repeat after me, please. An effective leader is that person who will identify tomorrow's problems and solve them today. Think about it. An effective leader in these changing times is that person who will identify tomorrow's problems. Those guys who made billions identify tomorrow's problems. It's about corona. Corona is not a new thing, by the way. Lysol already were dealing with corona. Corona. Even our traditional leaders. We were at a particular place. I spoke to my traditional leaders. I said, you as black traditional leaders, as Africans, you are way ahead of everybody. Your problem, you never patented. You never patent your technology. You call it witchcraft. You call it what? Imagine, I'm sitting in my room, Babusbu. You can come into my room using a small key lock. You go through a key lock. And then suddenly you appear here, not as a hologram, as a real person. Oh, that's technology, Bafwetu. That is technology. That is technology. The challenge is you forgot to patent this thing. Again, I'm a petty guy, okay? My mom is colored, my father is petty. The petty people said, you can create the lightning, and you can come and get my 90 kilogram of millimil and take it out. That's technology, guys. The problem is we do not know whether it is the first industrial revolution or the second industrial revolution or the third industrial revolution. But His Excellency, the technology was there and is still there. So I pray, traditional leaders, let's patent this technology, make some money, and make it for good. Is that okay? Now, remember, leaders are not made in a crisis, but leaders are revealed in a crisis. When Nelson Mandela, some of us were privileged to serve with him, he taught us that the word crisis has got two words. In a crisis, there is risk, but there is also opportunity. In any crisis, in a difficult chapter, head or tail, lemon or lemonade. In Afrikaans, gemors. Okay, there's always something. There are always two parts of every crisis. So therefore, Reg, I declare as a lawyer that in a crisis, actually creativity and innovation can come through a crisis. The next slide. Therefore, it is important for us to understand that the elephant in the room, this corona thing, has created a lot of opportunities. Yes, Brother Smoo, a lot of people lost jobs. But out of that, e-health is now becoming more relevant. Because now we are realizing, if Gauteng alone, 59 billion, imagine what you could have saved them. If we can use this technology, our mothers and our fathers, our grannies and our grandpa. So imagine this technology now is becoming relevant. Online, e-health, it's already here. Now with Vitality, through a watch, you can see whether you're up or down. If I were to do a stress test somewhere here and get the vital signs, I can be able to decide, bam, Gunvald, you need to stop eating that steak. It's not good for you. Be like Jesus, eat fish. Because there is nowhere, my Viking brother, in the Bible that says Jesus ate steak. Don't look at me like that, Gunvald. There is nowhere in the Bible, my friend. I know you like meat, but in the Bible, Jesus ate what? So maybe he was telling to you Vikings, guys, you like too much meat. That's why you're big and lynch. It's because of things like that. Okay. 2020, 2021, they've been tough years. McKinsey says we have just jumped, Saloshni, jumped how many years? 10 years. In how many days? 90 days. Next slide. The post-pandemic customer and consumer behaviors are changing. Abdul spoke about change. Change is here to stay. Next slide. The workplace design is already being reimagined. I don't like the word social distance. I like the word physical distance, because we are social beings. So we need physical distance, understand that, and hopefully today, before the end of the day, we're now taking our mask so that we can begin to resume a life. We'll find out in a couple of minutes now. Workforce out of future will undergo a sea of change. Look at that. Technology now, some of you bunch of Christians, you get freaked out, you think it's 666. No. 666 is still to come. This is just the beginning, okay? Now you can pay by your face, pay by face. Now everything can be on your skin right now. Look at this. This is a technology that is already happening. Now what you call it, what's the technology of the eye? Biometrics, yeah. Biometrics already here, is that right? Later on I'm going to talk to Gunvald and Mulifa about even the way you market in this area. Next slide. The supply chains have been revisited, and that is why, His Excellency, we need planes. Because the people with planes are the guys who made money, moving stuff in and out. And poor Africa. Because of this consumer mentality, everything, give me. And you mentioned something, Your Excellency, we ignored our indigenous thing because they don't fit with the World Health Organization. We thought they will not make us survive. Some of us in this continent, we survive because of our indigenous herbs. Can I have an amen for somebody? Some of the corona came in, right? Some of us have survived because of these other things. Don't ever underestimate what we already have here. Because it's not patented by the West does not mean that it cannot work. Some of us will thank God for what He has given us here. So we need, therefore, to learn to package some of those things. Industry dynamics are changing. Look at that. Everything is changing. From health, renewable energy, IT, things go on and on. Nafcock, you mentioned the way now you have to take retail. Things are changing now. Now we can order at home, Miss Cheryl. I don't have to go to the mall. I can order at home. 60 seconds or 60 minutes, the food is here. Things are changing. And this is not new. When God spoke to Moses, He put the 10 commandments on a tablet. You are impressed with your tablet right here. Tablet was long. Come on, guys. Tablet was a term used in the Bible long time ago. Peter is being released from prison. He comes through the door. Shoo! The door swung wide open. It's technology that day. It's already in the Bible. You just don't know about it. Elijah had a what? An autonomous car. A vehicle, Koloya Elia. Autonomous car, no driver there. And you are impressed by this new technology. Kalizamela bazalwane, man. Kalizamela. But Babun Ndlovu, it was Alvin Toffler who said these words, that the illiterate of the 21st century, sir, are not those people who cannot read or write. But Sean, are people who cannot do what? Who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. So in this fourth industrial revolution post-COVID, we must be able to learn, unlearn, and relearn. That is why, Ulembu, we are excited to partner with you. Because a lot of people here, a lot of people online, we are learning certain things, and as His Excellency says, made in Africa. We love the Chinese people. Tomorrow my friend will be here from Skyco. We love Americans, but men, made in Africa. Come on, give yourselves a wonderful round of applause. Made in Africa. So what am I saying? Abdul mentioned about the forces of change. Let's go for it. The forces of change are here to stay. Repeat after me, please. No one can change me. Because the power to change comes from within. I can never change a person who is not willing to admit that they have a problem. I can never change a person who thinks that I'm their problem. So therefore, there are forces that are transforming you and transforming the way we do business. In the township, we say, walala, walala wasala. If you are kind of like these days, you remain behind. Now, the knowledge economy is here to stay. It's all about knowledge economy. Sir, you mentioned, Your Excellency, that most billionaires are young people who started in the garage. Because of what? Knowledge. And the Bible is right, Aus Oma. My people die not because of the devil, because of lack of what? Knowledge. So the knowledge economy is key. Hence, I'm still saying to our traditional leaders, God gave them a lot of these things. They now need to patent it to help humanity. My mother is colored. You've never seen idlozi le colored. Idlozi le colored. Here's my twin. You've never seen a colored ancestor. You know, man. You know, goat. So we need to be sure that we now do what? Appreciate the knowledge economy. And sir, you investing and making sure we are here and people are watching and we're able to pay this, you have empowered us with what? With knowledge. Is that right? Because now we know we don't have to go to America. We can use our own black people here. Charity begins at. We must change the narrative, ladies and gentlemen. Unless the lions tell their own story, they'll always be victim of other people's stories. I repeat, unless the lions tell their own stories, the hunters will give us their own version. So knowledge economy is changing the way we do things. Virtual organizations, mergers and acquisitions, electronic commerce, digital conversions, privatization, all these things are transforming the way we do business. Right now, you're going to be buying some of our books, some of our products. If you do not have cash, you swipe. That's electronic commerce. Now in Russia, bro, His Excellency, Russia now, no SWIFT code. Ukraine, no SWIFT code. But they're using cryptocurrency. They're using what? Business is going on. There's no ZAG, but people can now use all those blockchain and cryptocurrency stuff. It's part of the fourth industrial revolution. Next slide. So therefore, how do you lead as a leader, as an effective leader? Identifying tomorrow's problems and solve them today. Because the word industrial revolution simply means a disruption. It means what? Every industrial revolution brings along a disruption. The disruption, Andre, is some people will lose jobs. It's a fact. Some people lose jobs. But the disruption also means new jobs will be created. That is why, as a parent, stop trying to live your dreams through your children. You mentioned that 19-year-old buying 2 houses and a mom's dream car, and you thought they smoked something or buy a hlanya, they are mad. But they were in another zone. They were busy being disrupted. Now the question is, our educational system ready for this? My pain point is to look at young people having a graduate degree, no job. 61.3% of our young people are unemployed. We are sitting with a time bomb. A what? Time bomb. Again, those things don't need prayer. Young people need work. When God made Adam, the first thing he gave Adam was work. Was what? He didn't say, Adam, pray for 40 days. No, work. Span for it. So I'm also challenging the religious community, Abdul. My friends, the imams in the mosque, my friends in the temple, and some of these Christian leaders. Let's use these churches and the mosque and the temples so that become multi-purpose center. Am I speaking to someone here today? We don't have time to be building things. We maximize this thing, the ulwembus of this world. We'll be able to refit this thing, use technology so that we can upskill and reskill and cross-skill aus Oma people who are knowing nothing about technology. Those things do not need prayer, they just need buildings. Next slide. So what is the fourth industrial revolution for some of you who are not aware of this? 1760 to 1840, the first disruption. Mechanization, water power, steam power, change everything. Walala, those remain behind. Then the second revolution kicked in on mass production, the assembly line, electricity. Your Highness, remember the Ford. Everything black, bam! Assembly line changed everything. Walala. The third revolution in the 1980s, computer and automation. Walala. The fourth industrial revolution, cyber fiscal system. I dare say, Babu Musiso, we now have entered the fifth industrial revolution, where computers and machine can now dance together. So in my book, Leadership Towards the Fourth Industrial Revolution, I submit there are 8 components. I'm not going to go too much because I want you to buy the book. Remember, I'm a businessman. For every voice, there's an I can't give you alles. In Afrikaans, they say, "Akui gee nie alles nie." Okay, I did not hear akui gee nie. Gomo kam kan rayo, nee. Yeah, a cow does not give everything. But the right word, excellence, is not a good word. You know, Andrew Lascaux is Afrikaans. You know, akui gee nie alles nie. Yeah. So, aus omaking this fourth industrial revolution. In a little component, say 8. The first component is called what? Internet of Things. Everything is now coming together. Where your refrigerator will tell you, you just bought 12 eggs. You use 10. 2 eggs are remaining. You get a phone call from your refrigerator. Please bring your fridge calling you. Your washing machine, Eskom now, the load shedding is now, Andrea, this is your washing machine. Andre, a washing machine calling you. Can I now kick in so that I can wash? It's already here. Walala, Internet of Things. The second one is AI, artificial intelligence. By God's grace, I am the face of Microsoft AI University. Microsoft is not going to wait for all the university. They've started their artificial intelligence university. There's no time for SAQA to accredit, to find moderators. After 5 years, this thing is gone again. AI is needed when? Now. Your computer, it finishes up your sentence. Have you noticed that? It's artificial intelligence. It's already here, AI. The third component is nano. The word nano means small. Can we say small? Small technology now. Everything now, from the cameras, everything is becoming small, okay? The fourth thing, it's all about 3D printing. We saw during Corona, a school at Vembe TVET College, right in the rural areas, they used 3D printing. They were able to make those masks using 3D printing. Not only for their students, they sold those masks and made money. 3D printing, operational even kokasi in the rural area. Another one is called autonomous vehicles. We consult for the local government, traffic cops, and all booking things for the, for the driver's license. Those days are over. Now you can get into a car and say Houghton. It just takes you to Houghton. No more corruption, no toy, nothing. Is that amazing? It's already here, autonomous cars. I told you Elijah had an autonomous car. You did not even know that. Koloia, Elia, there was no driver there. The technology was already there. It's only now that you have the revelation, Brother Saul, you get the revelation. Robotics. I mean, even Jesus, the Bible says when they were looking at him, autonomous cloud, took him up there. There was no driver. Get technology right there, man, Robotics. Now, ladies, you will like this one. Because as men, we struggle. Because women need affirmation. Sister Cheryl, women need to be affirmed. I love you. And you being a pastor, sometimes you want my brother to speak English, the English in the Bible. Me loveth thee, But he does not do that all the time. Because we used to tell you we loved you when you were like a Coca-Cola bottle. But now you're a 2-liter, we forget to tell you we love you. So what I like about robotics is that you can now program. Can you say program? You can program a robot all the time. I love you. You're special to me. Isn't that amazing? And the same thing, guys, because women are also not generous with their words. Because some of the ladies are drama queens. They are what? When you're with her, there's always drama. If there's no drama, she creates the drama, Roxanne. And if she doesn't create the drama, she becomes the drama. When are you going to finish season 1 and episode 1? So now with the robotics, you now find a woman who just, you find a robot that blesses you. As you walk like His Excellency, take your time. The robot says, whatever. You go like this to a robot. Isn't that wonderful? Robotics are going to be doing things, whether you like it or not. But then, it's already happening, my brother. You know that. Another one is cybersecurity. And we're big in that young man right there, Arnold, please stand up, let them see you. We now, if you need anything about cybersecurity in conjunction with Ulwembu, this is a young man. He has a course called Digital Citizenship. It's called what? And with Ulwembu, as part of the training program, we want to include it so that we can empower our Oma people. We are now citizens of the digital world. What does it look like? Cybersecurity. You're careless with your phones and things like that. So he teaches all of that. And of course, the last one is cryptocurrency. We just came back from Kenya, Your Excellency, the government of Kenya is way ahead. The central bank, is that right, Arnold? What's the central bank? They put up a tender to now, let's look at this thing called cryptocurrency. Because people don't want to pay tax. They, particularly you Christians, give to Caesar what belongs to, give God what belongs to. So people now are having the e-wallet, whatever, and now the governments are realizing, there's no regulation. Most of you only know Bitcoin. Last year alone, 1,300 coins were made, which is why I want Gunvald to come up here. Gunvald, let's talk about quickly. Yeah, give him a thing there. Gunvald, let's focus on there. Yeah. Talk to us about Get It and Get It coin.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Molapo. Get It, it's a marketing platform.
Yeah, be slow. How do you spell Get It now? Because you were messing around with the numbers. Let me see if you're English. I know you're Viking. How's your English? What does Get It? Spell it for us.
So we do it in the Indian way.
Yeah.
G-E-D-D-I-T. You get it?
Get it, get it. It's G-E-D-D-I-T.
Yeah.
What is Get It?
So Get It is a digital marketing revolution. It's a way to market your products in a way that's never been possible before. It's built on a 3D tracking technology with AR and VR, which has been testing all over the world, and it's brilliant. And we are now preparing for a massive worldwide launch. Molefi here is the license holder of Get It SA. We have also launched our own cryptocurrency, the Get It coin, which has already increased 750%, which is quite good. And we are now getting launched on the Binance exchange. And
let's also declare that I'm also a shareholder through you. I'm a shareholder of Get It.
That's 100% correct.
Lovely. Mntate Molefe, how can people get a hold of you, and what's the minimum where people can be involved in this thing? You are a South African license holder. Unpack it more details there.
Yeah, the platform itself, it costs.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you? Yeah.
Yeah, the platform itself costs 800 Rand. The campaign lasts for 24 hours. It's the cheapest marketing tool that exists in the world. And my number is 083 454 9001. 083 454 9001. It's a medium, small businesses, including the big brands.
Let's give like NAVCOC. Let's say NAVCOC has got a campaign on giving young people or their entrepreneurs data from Ulwembu. Yeah, let's say here's NAVCOC. They want to give data that comes from, they want a campaign. Just give us an idea, practical step, what happens?
No, what NAVCOC would do would then, we'll sit down with NAVCOC, put together a campaign. A campaign would say, Ulwembu is giving away price X. Let's say price X is an iPhone or data for a month. But everybody else who plays on that campaign would then get, through Ulwembu, there will be sales of Wi-Fi because we would have given them a 10% discount or 15% discount, whatever.
He never goes 9%, not 10%. That's why he's blessed. 10%, yeah. 10%. We like that 10%.
Yeah. The price is decided by the brand. Therefore, if 1,000 people play, one person wins the cell phone. 999 people would have gotten that percentage discount, and it gets traded, which means sales of that particular brand would go up.
I want you to get in touch with Lesego. She's a marketing director of a manager of Ulwembu, so that she understands it, and so that we can make it practical there, okay? But that's you're changing the way you're doing things. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think the key thing here is, some of our associates, we work closely with marketing agencies, and they will say, listen, if I go to Coca-Cola or to a big brand, why must they pay 800 Rand for 24 hours, and why must the corner shop pay the same amount? We say, listen, the formula to this technology is, if you are Coca-Cola, you can run campaigns throughout the year. But if you're a small brand, you say, listen, let me run a campaign for the next 7 days. And like Gunvald says, we've now, with the Binance coming up, there is going to be linkages to cryptocurrency. You don't have to understand cryptocurrency. I think mathematicians are the guys who can relate to that, but it is a reality. And you know, NFTs, you know, about a month ago, Gunvald was telling us about somebody who bought what?
They bought a virtual land in the metaverse of Sandbox.
Just go.
They bought a virtual land in the metaverse of Sandbox, and they paid $4.3 million just to be the virtual neighbor of Snoop Dogg. And that's kind of cool. I'm the virtual neighbor
Snoop Dogg. Now, His Excellency, that's why we need to get involved in MetaBox, because I'm going to buy some land, virtual land, close to His Excellency. We make money, because remember, even Facebook, Gunvald, Facebook is now changing the name from Facebook to
Meta. Everything is moving into the metaverse, and NFTs and cryptos are...
And what is the meaning of NFT? Because Aus Oma is now saying, oh, NFT, I just found out IoT. Now, what is NFT? What is NFT?
Well, NFTs is also built on a blockchain technology. So let's say now when it's make it possible to trace everything since it was made until the end of time. So now when Universal Music, when they are now doing their songs, let's say that Rihanna is doing a new song, she's putting that song out as an NFT. So you can buy 0.01% of Rihanna's song. So the more the song is being played, the more money you make because you're the owner. She has the rights, but you are one of the owners. And that goes also for, you know, Nike is selling virtual sneakers, $6,000 per pair for virtual sneakers. They're collector's items. There are 3 million people in line to buy them. Sneakers for $6,000.
So, but can we maybe take some of your things and maybe do something crazy? You know, your beard.
I'm thinking about doing that as an NFT and sell this shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of, we're about to be done, to be finished here, please make sure you get in touch with Molife and Gunvald. And remember, tomorrow, we're going to go through Norway and talk about the new technology, Otalo, turning plastics and creating houses. So again, let's give him a wonderful round of applause. Thank you. Arnold, let me wrap up. Let me wrap up now. Let me wrap up on cryptocurrencies. Yeah, let's move all of those. Those are the robotic stuff. Obstacles, let's go to the next one. I want to wrap up. Now, Abdul, get ready for the last interview between me and you. Here are 23 ways, quickly, 23 ways on how to lead in difficult times. Number one, let's go quickly. Put people first. It's all about people. It's all about people. Folks, repeat after me, please. Management. It's about paperwork. But leadership is about people work. Anytime in difficult times, whatever business, small, medium enterprise you want to lead, always Batupelo principles. Put people first. Number two, you've got to innovate. You've got to be creative. Think outside the box. Where is this box coming from, Reg? We talk about this box. Where is this box coming from? Who put this box in the first place? We sometimes, because, Roxanne, of our self-limiting belief, we put that box, I can't. So in difficult times, one, put people first. Number two, think outside the box. Be innovative, be creative. Number three, build trust. Remember, trust cannot be given. Trust must be earned. Number four, focus on relevance. Sometimes you must step back and relook at your strategy. That must be able to speak to this generation. That is why our churches are not getting fooled anymore. The songs we sing are old songs. That is why the schools, kids no longer like school because it's irrelevant stuff. People want stuff. What can I use today? It's no longer just about knowledge. It's the application of that knowledge. It's the what? Application of that relevant knowledge. Number five, you must preserve the company's culture and financial health. The focus today was health. In changing times, make sure you preserve the culture and the financial health of an organization. 6 to 10, the next slide. How do you lead in difficult times? Stay alert to market conditions. Winter is not permanent. Winter is only a season. Corona, we're going to have to live with it from a pandemic, is now becoming an endemic. market conditions. Russia, Ukraine, market conditions. Gas prices are going up, but a couple of days from now, things are cooling down, market conditions. Stay alert, vuga, usheb. But in the meantime, always understand that no condition is permanent. Be tough, but realize you are a member of the human race. You are a card-carrying member of the human race. Some decisions are tough, but remember you're dealing with people. Another way of dealing effectively in difficult time, do what is what? Right, and not what is? Tomorrow we've got Dr. Abna Mariri, my brother. We made a lot of money together. He got involved in drugs. This statement came from him. I had to let him go. Simple English, I had to fire him. He says that the best decision I've made. I did what was right, not what was easy. He's now clean. We're going to be talking about his book tomorrow. Incredible young man. So tomorrow we've got some exciting things coming up. Find the lessons to be learned. Abdul taught us any mistake, any failure. Roxanne told us there are lessons to be learned. Here's another one. Let's go quickly. The next hour, keep up an active external presence. In difficult times as a leader, show up. Don't disappear. Be accessible. Be visible. Most of us, when things are tough, we disappear. We sing the song, I believe I can fly. No, it's not a time to fly when things are tough. We want to hear. In difficult times, you encourage hot sessions. Repeat after me, please. Honest, open, transparent sessions. In difficult times, stay close to your customers. Even if they do not pay, get closer to them. Feel their burdens in your heart, not in your head. And yes, in difficult times, you must have difficult conversations. The next one. Be proactive. Sometimes as leaders, His Excellency, we are always reactive. Repeat after me, please. When we are reactive, we become inactive and end up becoming radioactive. We become dangerous. Always be proactive. Lead by example. Stay focused. Sharpen your listening skills. Control your fears and empower the team. And finally, the last slide. The last slide is this. In difficult times, do intelligent cost cutting. To the leaders who are here, the leaders watching us, please don't be quick to cut human resource. Empower. Skill, upskill, reskill, cross-skill. If you have to release them, at least release them with a skill. Do intelligent cost-cutting. Another one, put the turbulence in perspective. We're not the only one going through this. It's part of a worldwide phenomena. All of us go through difficult times. As I'm speaking to you now before I close, some of you have just come out of a difficult time. Some of you are in a difficult time. Some of you before 2022 ends, you're going to go through a difficult time. So you either have come out of a difficult time, you are in a tough space, or you're going through a tough space. So put the turbulence in perspective. And of course, you must embrace change, because change is here to stay. It's part of change. Some of you this year, you have started Project Hafula Umkaba. What project? Project Hafula Umkaba. James, don't look at me like that. Project what? Hafula Umkaba. Explain Mulife to Gunvald. It's Project Hafula Bani Umkaba. Is that right? Change Umkaba. Some of you need to stop eating certain things. We're going to have a big lunch here. I'll be watching you. And of course, finally, it's all about what Mr. Ambassador said. It's all about giving what? Come on, giving what? Come on, let's finish up, my brother. Let me talk to you now, and then we wrap this thing up. His Excellency started this about creating hope. Abdul, you are a creator of hope, an inspirational speaker, and I want people to use you. What kind of value are you adding to organizations as part of being a creator of hope? Talk to us.
You know, when you talk of creator of hope, you know, hope started with me as a young boy. I had a dream. My dream was to play cricket for South Africa. I went to a teacher and I said, "Sir, I have a dream. I want to play for South Africa." He looked at me. I was born in Indonesia, and he said, "You can't play for South Africa." I asked him, "Why, sir?" He said, "You come in an apartheid era. You live in an apartheid era." I went home, And as I went home, I looked on the television the next day. I saw England versus West Indies at Lord's. I then said, I want to go to Lord's. If I can't play for South Africa, I want to go to England to Lord's cricket ground. I had hope. I had a dream. I did not give up. The school that I went the next day to the teacher, and I said, sir. He said, yes, my boy. I have another dream. And he said, what today, my boy? I said, I want to go to Lord's cricket ground. He said, L is for Lenasia. You live in Lens and Lord's. That's the closest you're going to get to Lord's. And then he said, you want to go to Lord's? He gave me hope. A mentor gives you hope. He says, you can make the Transvaal school side. That moment of hope ignited me. I forgot everything. All I did was train. And in matric, in the assembly, the principal called me out. And he said, we have a letter for you. And I opened the letter. It was a ticket to go to London. I went to Lord's cricket ground. And at Lord's cricket ground, it was the last day I came, and I says, God, you brought me to Lord's. Why not? Play. I want to play here. A few years later, Mandela was released, and apartheid was free. And we had a different South Africa. They selected a Transvaal team, and guess where they went to? Lord's cricket ground. And I played at Lord's cricket ground. That is a story of hope. The hope I bring to people, as Doc asked, what's the hope I bring to people? While I was in England, there was a young boy, and he came to me and he says, please help me. And I said, I can't. I am here from South Africa. I have to focus. And I had pride, I had ego, and I had that kind of attitude. Leave me alone. It's all about me. And he said, please help me. I did not listen to him. A few days again, he came back to me, and he said, please help me. And I said, I can't. And then one day, I just got tired, and I says, put a piece of paper, bowl on that paper, and you will succeed. He came to me a few weeks later, and he said, sir, can you come and have a look and see what I do? And he bowled, and he missed the paper by that much. I says, please don't waste my time. I haven't got time for this. A week later, he came to me and he brought a newspaper. On the newspaper was a picture of him. And he said, have a look at this, sir. I read it, and it was about him taking few wickets. And he said, thank you. That day when he said thank you, my heart changed. It wasn't no more about me. It was about serving. It was about making a difference. And it was every morning now waking up and say, God, use me. Let me be a hope. Let me be a light. Let me inspire others. Let me touch the hearts of others. Because I can. You can. We all can. Put it out there and have hope. That is my story of hope, Doc.
Come on, don't be jealous, yeah? Finally, how do people get in touch with you? And include your social media things.
Yes, please connect with me. I've got a new brand. It says I am. It's I, Abdul Manak. It's I am. All of you say I am. I am possible.
I'm possible.
I am unbelievable.
I'm unbelievable.
I am going to do great things today.
I'm going to do great things.
So that's my brand. It's called I Am. My name is Abdul Manak. Please feel free to contact me. I work. Doc gave me an awesome opportunity. I met him here at the hotel. And as I was standing here in the hotel, I bumped into him. And he said, we connected. And my dream was always to talk here at this hotel. And he made it possible. In the last week, I'm going to speak 4 times at the same hotel which I had a dream in. Put it out there. And I can help you, inspire you, hopefully build your teams. I work with teams, and we do corporates. We have programs on communication, and everything is interactive and engaging, so we can take your team to another level. I also love working with the youth, which is my passion, where I run youth camps, where we have programs on building confidence and handling topics like bullying, empowering women, and get in touch with me. On my Facebook, it's Abdul Manak. I have Instagram. Interact with me, engage with me. I look forward to hearing from you, Doc. I must say thank you for allowing me the honor of speaking to your guest. It's been a wonderful day today. Thank you so much, Doc.
Yeah, just stand up there. And finally, Reg, for all your legal advice, personal, company, Reg is there on behalf of I Can. Stand up, let them see you again. Like I say, he's an Indian brother. He looks white, but, it's okay. We forgive you, bro. And he's not Gupta, he is Thomas. He's been captured, He's not like Rambranji, he's like Thomas, Reg, thank you so very much. The next 3 days you're going to be with us. personally you need some legal advice, corporates, whatever, Babusbu, he's fantastic in that, okay? So before you close, I'm going to, Sbu, let's get a mic. We just want to give some last words. We will start with the two sponsors, which is Ubaba to say the last words, and then Ikhrotman to say the last words, then you close it up for us. Baba, what would you like to say? You can stand up to the people here, and then we are done.
Yeah, I think I've got more than I deserve now. Guys, I think thank you very much for your attendance, and thank you very much for listening to us. I think as a medium-sized company, we want to make sure that you see us in the next 5 years being the #1 IT company in Africa. And that's our dream. I think if you don't dream big, you perish. So our big dream is to be counted as #1 of the IT companies in Africa. And through your support and your excellency, we're going everywhere with you. You said you're a dean of all ambassadors. So we're going to be knocking at your doors. Thank you very much to everyone.
Well, you never stop learning. I thought I've been schooled, I have learned, traveled around the world, I heard everything. This morning I learned a lot, just listening to you guys. And thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. And the idea is, as I said, follow your flag, okay? Let's work together. That's the main message of your flag there. Let's converge, let's share, let's work together. The sky is the limit. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our program. I would like to offer a vote of thanks to all our honored guests. No duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks. Thank you for being with us today on this beautiful day here at the Houghton Hotel. At this point, I would like to thank firstly our online guest on Facebook, where I would like you to interact with us. Watch this on Facebook. Go to ICANN Leadership Institute Africa, and it is live, and the whole event is live. Comment, share your thoughts, interact with us, like our pages. You can also go to YouTube on David Molapo, on Molapo, and you could like the pages, share comments, because your feedback is how we can go forward. I would like to take this opportunity also to thank our amazing sponsors who made today and the next 2 days possible. Thank you so much from the bottom of our heart. UBS, South African Medical Association, Skyco, ICANN for IR, You Are Up Connect. Thank you so much. It was also my great honor to be program director today. Let me also thank Almighty God for making today's day a rounding success. I would like to thank His Excellency, who despite his busy schedule made his time available and grace us with your presence. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. David. Honestly, there's so many pearls of wisdom. The one that stands with me is what His Excellency spoke about. Learn, unlearn, and relearn. And I'm sure many of you will do that. And there's so many other wisdoms and nuggets that you can take from today. Thank you all, especially all the awesome guests who came on stage, the panelists who interacted with us, engaged with us, the live videos, the doctors, but most of all, this day wouldn't have been possible without you. You made this day memorable. Let us give you all, and all of us, let's give each other a round of applause for an awesome day. I would also like to thank our team at the back who kept everything together, from Arnold, the photographer, the video, the social media team. They kept all the live streaming going. I would like to end to say what His Excellency spoke about. Speak with your heart, so your heart will connect with people. Repeat after me. Speak with your heart. Speak with your heart. so your heart will connect with people. Today, you allowed us to connect with you. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for interacting with us. Thank you for making time out of your busy schedule to be with us. I would like to now tell you, thank you. We're going to now go outside where we can have meals. You can also interact, network with one another. Thank you for being so awesome. Doc, I want to end with, you always said, wasala, walala, wasala. I have an Indian version. Can I share it, Doc? Walala, masala.
For my brother. But with respect, please, if we can ask our guests, then just to dish and come back. We're not in a hurry. Let's use this opportunity to say network. Like in our class, network. What's our chance? Got more than enough food. Come in, meet some people, give some addresses. Let's connect up there. And remember, tomorrow we are starting on time so that we finish on time.